Hello there.
Shut up, bitch!
Hello. Good morning. I have arisen. High Escalates, Shadow, Sheena, Derek, and Darren, and Nix. And Tycho, Aloe, and Raspberry, and Ragnar, and Obst, and Dragons, and Shido. This Bugs Life emote. Thanks for the text, Shido. And Gomen, I finally killed you in Beast of Reincarnation. I had no choice, man. Did you add any emotes recently? No. Big day. Omega cordon drop for Ties of Annihilation. It's in my recommended as well. But it's 53 minutes though. I don't even know what Tides of Annihilation is. I may have known, but it's been too long. Kinda happens when games take like freaking 4 years to release after the announcement. I know it was only last year, but yeah. Damn it. I'm gonna remove the sticker at one point. What happened? Nothing. Just hanging around. No. Thanks for the 81st stream streak. Shit up. Did you miss me yesterday? Of course. Did we really watch freaking 50 minutes of gameplay? Yeah, freaking everyone uploaded like 1 hour or something. Well, we can watch it a little bit. But first, there's a random indie game. Whoa. What? What? Hesitation is the death?
We've got you. Just center yourself. You need to think of the civilians. We can't do this without you.
Do you feel it now? You wear a leash for long enough and you forget its sensation around your throat.
It looks like a boomer shooter kind of, no? It does look kind of cool.
Another is coming, and it will consume this world.
Sprawl 0. Hesitation is the death, chat. It does look kind of cool. Age field high. Looks like Sims to me. 4K. Nice. So what is Ties of Annihilation, exactly? Damn. Is it like Wukong? Just realized she has a sword. Boss rush. Devil May Cry? This seems more like Wukong. Or something. Except I haven't seen any parries. Oh, damn. Worshipper loves your money. Ask me. Wukong these nuts, yeah or nay? Hikim clown, hikim clown, hikim clown. Nay, Wukong is doing his own thing, not getting dragged into that ancient nonsense. Chat stay weird. What? Why is she here again? Is that supposed to be like that?
Master.
Is this an MMO? Or something?
heads.
Are you alright?
These two are so annoying. Turn back, my lady.
You know
Milady.
not without the Grail Shard.
Galahad must not wake. Him again.
Wonderful.
It gives me Lost Nuts aside
Up here.
vibes. Dude, do we need these frickin' Netflix size tutorial to press one button to attack instead of just having the prompt there on the thing? Holy. To press one button we need like friggin' a Netflix video on screen.
Something's wrong. Can you feel that? The Grail Shard is in there.
That's the reading room. Let's take a look around. The exhibit is gone.
They say the sorceresses took it. We can't cross through until we put it back.
And puppets.
There was a stone tablet depicting a god with a jackal for a head, weighing something.
The Book of the Dead.
Doesn't sound like a fun read.
The sorceresses seem to like a little drama. Come on, let's check the Egyptian gallery.
Oh, and since we're already here, fancy a look at their new wares?
Why not?
Main merchant of the game. Bruh,
So, what is the Book of the Dead
you skipped
about?
that buying section.
It's a guide. It teaches the dead how to navigate the underworld, readying them for their final judgment.
Final.
Seems you are pretty OP from the get-go.
Another dead end.
Close of Roman's enemies. Very Devil May Cry-esque. weapon. You're not gonna look at the weapon? Brother.
Over there. That's the Egyptian gallery.
We could use that zip line on the right to get across.
I wish I had wings.
To get around faster?
No, I just
No,
think
to look
wings are
good.
cool.
I swear I haven't pre-watched this.
The Chinese gallery. Let's check it out. Master, you're looking well.
格温德林，你比上回有精神了。
I couldn't stand still forever.
如此，
Yeah, I know what you mean, Rizzo. It feels more like a performance rather than genuine.
便好。说来，附近有一恶灵在肆虐，你若是顺手，便将他除了。
Must be a nasty.
I think it's just a mix of how the East tells their stories. And translation as well, maybe.
Sort for you to single him out.
他滥杀成性，
Well, if I find him, I will show no mercy.
多多留意那些幽暗的地方。
Well, so far I'm kind of... This kind of looks like... Lost Soul Aside. Pretty much. It has like the same weird vibe to it. And look. What did that say? Creativity is intelligence having fun. This looks so out of place here. Everything looks like old and ruins. This looks so modern. Like some cyberpunk shit. Yeah, this looks so much like Lost Soul Aside, no?
Speaking of which, here comes practice.
She's complimenting her foes.
Stay still.
He might be playing on easy. He's taking like no damage. Thanks for text. Only follow. 21st century poster in a Victorian era. Yeah.
See? I knew where I was going.
We're heading the right way, at least.
It's kind of weird that you can't just jump this. Ray gave to the high DR build for the death demo. Lost not assigned but female. Yeah. this view is very Lost Nuts coded.
There's something hanging up there.
But they're both Chinese, right? The invis wall. I got some sauce on my shirt.
Not bad.
Boots. The fact he doesn't even look at the gear he's getting makes me think Yoda has like OP test gear. Hey, that's the same poster again. Creativity is intelligence having fun. In this random ass. What is this? Bar? Is this a bar? Maybe. Like a loft.
You seem to know where you're going. Did you come here a lot?
Do I strike you as a fan of ancient historical artifacts?
Not even a little.
Lizzie was. I used to take her here every so often.
Oh. And now you're here with me. Who's this not-so-cheerful fellow?
Ramesses II.
Not so cheerful fellow.
The dead must be close. Let's keep looking.
Feels like characters say things just to say things.
Gwen, take a look at this.
Huh. A feather of Mart. Done. Only one left.
Play Chinese games for their gameplay anyway, not their writing. I mean, Wukong was like S tier in everything. So China can do good story and good gameplay. Or I guess good dialogue.
Okay then.
Based on an existing story.
The Book of the Dead.
Ramesses II's own personal copy.
I assumed it was an actual book.
You
She
know
can transform into a bird.
We're inside the book. Tablet.
It would appear so.
Where'd she go? pussy. No wait, it's Anubra. Anubra. He's definitely playing on Jono difficulty. He's healing constantly. Look at his health bar. Wait, he's not healing anymore. Oh, he has lifesteal or something. Yeah, it's lifesteal. Bits of green. And oh bruh, phase 2. Thanks for attacks. Prozac. Damn Gate of Babylon. He's healing so much by attacking. Damn. You want to lose this fight? Yeah.
It's
Chillin.
You're all right. Thank goodness. For a desert, it's not very warm.
We're still inside the book.
We're about halfway.
This way.
Do you have HDR on? Oh yeah.
Gwen, hurry up!
I mean, it's the game, honestly. Even if I force SDR. Look. Looks even worse, man. Without HDR. The game is extremely vibrant.
Oh,
In general.
this wind is so sandy. Better than Avalon's desert.
Like, if I turned on the saturation a tiny bit. That doesn't help. Never mind.
At least the sun's not beating down on us.
Which YouTuber? It's a game as prey.
Gwen, look.
It's super look at her face and stuff.
Again.
Not necessarily the same Russell Museum.
I don't think it's HDR, right? Like if I turn it off. Oh. Why does it look so... It's like HDR completely changed the video. That must be some Chrome thing, no? What the fuck? That looks way better. It looked terrible before. Damn.
Gwen, hurry up. Oh, this wind is so
That's why I usually turn off HDR when I'm not playing a game
sandy.
that supports HDR.
Better than Avalon's deserts. At least
Yeah,
the sun's
that
not
looked
beating
like
down
more
on
like a
us.
thing where
There it is.
Chrome applies HDR weirdly or something
Gwen, look.
to the video.
It's the Russell Museum. Again.
Not necessarily the same Russell Museum.
But the Grail shard is definitely in this one. I can feel it. Well, shall we?
Well, that looks like 10 times better, doesn't it?
I wasn't expecting the skills for Nubis to collapse so easily.
They were already unbalanced before we showed up. Your fight just tipped them over the edge. On the bright side, all of these structures are no longer buried under sand.
The scorpion with a shield.
Fancy a bit of treasure hunting then?
That sounds fun. Though we could just head to the museum.
They're friendly. that whole Anubis fight.
We should be able to dash through it now.
Gwen, something's not right. How did this one get the Book of the Dead?
This really is a different museum.
What? Mercury says this isn't just a different museum. It's a different dimension.
No shit.
Watch out!
Is this a cutscene timer? What is this? What is that timer? What does that say? Hold on.
Stay still.
It says test countdown.
Where are we now?
What?
We're still in the museum, but an upside-down version. Come on.
This looks
Yellow
like a job for
paint.
Matt.
Brother. I think you skipped ahead. We seen this? Did we? She's speaking Chinese. Look at his healing, bro. Holy moly. Oh, so this section is not new?
你来。该不会你是凭运气打败那些骑士？该不会？看他！逃命！面对我！趁现在，这才有点。
He's so low, but he doesn't even use his Estus. He's not worried.
雕成小技，尝尝这个。来，里边。很好，这是你自找的，蝼蚁。
Transformed.
你能驱使骑士 ，Gwen。带着我过来，这才有点意思。
Yeah, that's different too. So this is just to extend the video.
你来胡乱挥手再见，来无数的尝试。来这边，可笑的小气，来这边。要求饶，可惜。
Well, the first half it was revealed.
交出小气，下去。你的骑士归我了。
He's also playing with mouse and keyboard all of a sudden. Even though he was playing with controller the first half.
真是浪费！你以为结束了？看清楚，
The first finish of this
他
part.
们从来不输。
You wanna watch it still? Or?
换你。
Because if we've seen this already, then you know.
你怎么敢？投降吧！带着点，这才有点。
Well, I'll end it when I'm done with my food, which is
对骑士的掌控，
I'm almost done.
就这水平。屈服吧！可笑的小气，结束了。
This guy is a scrub. Yeah, free revive too.
不过是只蝼蚁，命中注定走向荣耀。你根本不懂自己掌握着什么。
Thanks for tag Zabby. I'm done with my food, Chad. Let me go grab a drink, and we'll jump into Beast. Kamlop's eyed. This is new? Well, that's still mouse and keyboard, so it's probably not new. Why would he switch midway to mouse and keyboard when he started with gameplay? I mean, gamepad. Looks way better after no, yeah. I forget to turn it off sometimes. Give me a sec. Hello. Like my title. Fixed with a 40 stream streak. €1. So we were here yesterday. And we finished getting our blighted stones. Now, after the stream, I still killed this guy a couple times. Just to see if I could get this last one. But he doesn't drop it, I think. I mean, maybe he should be. But I just couldn't get it. Yeah, I killed him like 10 times, I think, and then that's it. I kill him again, but I haven't seen a single orange bloodstone for some reason. I don't know.
Good.
This is new. Maybe he does drop it, but it's just rare. What a double moldy, the fuck happened? I didn't shower the entire game. Happened. Yeah. Why the dog look moldy? Why I gotta force Emma to be like Mori? To stay on brand, I guess. Yeah, negative hygiene for the poison damage.
Good.
He doesn't drop it. I'm still getting new ones to home plus maxed out. That's nice. I'm telling you. I haven't seen a single orange stone yet. I just need that one stone. I mean, I don't need it, but I want it. Did I rest? You already have home shot maxed out? No. It goes up to 5. Now I haven't maxed out. I'm still getting new stones. How big is this game? It's quite a few, areas. Another new one. Killing it a lot faster. Yeah, it's because of critical mind and the crit damage. Because on stream I got every single one, right? Except I was missing one more stun. I think it was crit damage that I was missing, and I got that within like 10. Other than that, oh yeah, the levels. Because every kill is a level up, which is kind of crazy. Well, that's how you get like OP. No, not that. Still dead. Never mind. Another new one. These can't be new. I just want the fluorescent stone. So the build is complete, you know. High down. Thanks for the text. Hello? What are you doing, Pendeo?
Good.
I'm still getting new stones, that's crazy. Not the right ones though. It's mainly the second attack after the Kiku that does the damage. Feel bad for our next boss. Our next boss is like super strong.
Good. Good.
Damn it, man. Well, it's giving me ones I don't have, so maybe I'm on the way of getting the last one. Or I should level up his skill power on that attack. Gonna show up if I roll it up in Giga Stinky Emma. Yeah, with homophobia in her eyes too.
Good.
Fucked up. Orange. Is it fluorescent? Damn it. Okay, we're starting to get orange ones. That's a good sign. For some reason, I've only been getting new ones right now. But yesterday, we started getting duplicates already on stream.
Good.
Oh. Not bad. Damn it. I'm accidentally like getting so many levels when I just want the damn stone. Hey Viper. Thanks for text, Double Rope. Accidentally, because I would stop once I get that stone. It's gonna be like 3% more crit chance if I get it. We're not getting duplicates, which is good. So yeah, eventually should get it. You're getting eggs? No, I'm getting eggs because killing enemies passes time in the walker. No. Yeah, that's how you get everything to progress inside your walker.
Good.
Like, you know, growing crops, getting more chicken eggs. Wait, didn't I have this already? 60%. That's cool, I know. I could swear I had this already. Are these really not duplicates? See, I have 3 of those already. I am getting duplicates. So the game is like lying. I need this one. I mean, it is maxed out, but I want the crit chance though. Wait, what's my crit chance? 58. Yeah, I want the crit chance. Do different enemies pass? No. It's like quantity over quality, basically. So if we go to this one place of like 10 enemies, we get stuff insanely quick. Damn it. Okay, I'm starting to think maybe it's just a waste of time. It's like it should be quantity over quality. And this is like the only enemy in the game that you can farm. It gives you like 20 skill points per kill as well. And he's stupid easy to kill. Once you have some blighted stone. Yeah, I don't think I'm getting it. Oh yeah, 270 skill points. I couldn't max this out. So we have this already. There's actually, wait. But there's nothing else I need, I feel like. Oh. I guess I'm just getting everything at this point. Yeah, so a couple more. If I'm not getting it, then it's whatever. It's just 3% crit chance that I'm missing. And a little bit of skill power.
Good.
Oh. Damn it. I got a duplicate of the orange one. I need an orange stone, but not this one. Teasing me. Thanks for attack socks. I bet it's like one of the only ones that I'm missing right now.
Good.
Shit. Each stone has like 2 to 3k amber as well. I think reaching 100 skill power would be kind of nice. Not sure how much 100 skill power equates to in terms of extra damage though. Just a nice number when I'm so close.
Good.
Big long skill. Fluorescent? Please? There's a second orange one. There aren't that many orange ones. The desire sensor. Yeah, look, I'm only missing this one. Every other one is blighted. Just not this one. I'm incomplete. It doesn't give me another like skill level because it maxes out at 3. But I'll get more stats. Yeah. At this point I'm gonna reach 100. Oh, getting the stone.
Good.
Come on. There's an achievement for reaching level 100. Should I just... I could get to 100 and then just stop regardless of if I get it or not. I used 2 achievements even.
Good.
One for Ku and one for Ella. I should give him an XP charm. What is Amber? What I gave him. Experience free somewhere? Doesn't really matter on which ring. I only see 2. Yeah. Yeah, let's do it this way. If I don't get it at 100, then I'll just continue. It's not looking too hot. But that's at least like 7 more attempts.
I give you banana.
7 mass, yes. I didn't rest. Kindred.
Genki.
I didn't even hear the second whack. Same. Frame perfect. Damn it. Got a couple attempts. Still. Come on. I'm getting like every orange one except the orange one that I need. Bruh. $99. Gabe's teasing you? Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if it's the last stone that I get. At the rate this is going. Yeah. He just dies before I finish the combo now. Damn. He's at 100 now. Technically, if I get the blighted stone, I'll be above 100. Because I'll get more skill power from it too. Not just crit. Dude. Another orange one. I already had. Well, technically I didn't have it, but you know what I mean. I don't need it. I'm hella strong, man. I still have half HP though, because of double edge. I think me getting some defense from the strength stat will help. back scratch. 97, I'm almost 100. But we're so close though. I feel like we've gotten most of the orange ones. Now it's just that one left, maybe. So close.
Good.
Yeah. Thing is too, I think we're reaching 100% crit. I feel like fluorescence might be best for Ku. Got his HP and skill power. He doesn't even get defense from strength. Yeah, 75 is the maximum of what you can get. But critical mind gets you above that. It times 1.5 your crit rate while you're healing. That's like the whole build, right? So while you're healing, it multiplies your crit rate by 1.5. So we put... Well, first of all, we put this on Javelin. So that it activates our burn effect on the sword, right? We open with this. Because we start with 5 points exactly. Sorry, we start at 7 points. So you have exactly enough to use these two every single fight. And this one increases the damage of the skill, but reduces my HP by 20%. Right? So I take damage from this. And now, with this, every time I use Bloom Arts, I recover HP for 5 seconds. So I get a critical mind for 5 seconds. Normally it's 8 seconds, by the way. I think this should be 8 seconds, but because of that skill that increases my recovery, maybe it's down to 5 seconds. Okay, I think I need like I need 75 crit rate though to get to 100, right? I think. Oh, close to that. That's why I want the crit rate from the last stone. Every crit rate matters. Speaking of, I should have done this. Eat crit rate food, you know? Or just eat food in general. There's still a couple of first food bonuses. I don't think there's a single food that gives you crit rate every single time, right? White rice. Damn. 5%? There's no way, right? It is actually 5%. Holy fuck. Okay, let me see. Is there anything else I can cook? Wait, where can I check? Yeah. Let me go all the way to the bottom. Apple pie. So we need apples for another 5%. I have apple right here. It's only one though. So let's first do this. Need a couple apples. Weird. So returning to the walker to skip a day doesn't count as resting. Wait, the beast has appeared? I guess I was just very delayed. You can kill like the trash in the other area to get some apples. No, you don't. It's crazy how fast this guy dies. Because this guy used to be like a mini boss. It's really the second attack from Kiko, by the way, that does so much damage. I don't know why that one does like giga damage. Maybe all of the fallouts do that much damage? This one. Reach level 100. We're cool at Emma. Wait, almost no one has this. %? Isn't it kind of impossible to not reach 100 with them at the same time? Because you only have 1 XP bar. It's not like one is gonna outlevel the other. So we didn't get it. It's whatever. Let's get some apples then. That's because you all became quickly or stopped playing. Yeah. If you're not farming this guy, that's some new game plus shit, right? Oh yeah. What about this? Oh my god. I should have opened with this. And that's how you get a lot of apples. Like cultivating, I mean. I should open with that skill. I want to see how big this is. Since we have entanglement, that gives us cool energy or whatever at the start.
敵は4体。数が多い。注意しよう。
Wait. You have to trigger the fight first. God damn. Wait. That's huge. Can I check how many apples I have from here? Probably not. And I forgot how many apples I needed. They found a lot faster now. Yeah.
敵は4体。
So if I just
囲
go
まれない
here,
ようにしよう。
open with this. I don't know what would be the fastest way to play those.
の技で使える。
Okay, how many apples do we have? I should actually check. And the beast of reincarnation is not gonna know what hit him. Or it. We need 6 more apples. Oh, this is also 5% crit, but it needs wheat. We have enough wheat. Anything else? Tomato, potato. Grilled fish. I need some fish. This is also crit. Strawberry sandwich. We have a couple. Okay, we have all the gross stuff, right? Freaking notifications, man. Gimme. We're close to 75. We need like 2 or 3, right? Also, I can sell the blighted duplicates. 15 golden eggs. Holy. So we don't need more than 1 from each. It's like pointless. Because they're all maxed out. And I don't need the 2s. I don't need the 2s at all, actually. I did not ordered in like the thingy. Okay. 92k. What is that purchase thing? Notification. Wow. Something I already have. Rather. Okay, let's go back here. We need 6 apples.
Teki, 全部で5体。数が多い。
Draw time. Do I need draw time when I can just tap it? Does it just do more damage when I draw? I don't even know. I should upgrade these first. Explosive. Is that gonna clear them faster? Blast radius? The thing is, those have 97 attack, and these have 10. They do have the same blast radius, though. Should probably test them first, right?
使えるさ。
Okay, yeah, I'm upgrading them. Like, what the hell? Damn. Because I think it's because they split into 3, right? And then they bounce to another enemy. God damn. Cool. Let's expand first. Okay, I'll do the same with the bots though. They seem really nice against groups. So does the arrows do more right now? Blast rate is, it only adds 0.1. I guess there's nothing else really to upgrade. Besides niches. Acid is really nice to have though. For now, maybe only the arrow?
敵は4体。
But for like farming, you know. That's like goated. Oh my god.
空の技が使える。
This is insane for farming. Nah, don't apply any status. Is this a guy?
敵全部で5体。数が多い。注意し。
The damage is crazy.
空の技が使えるさ。
How are they surviving though? Damn. What about the crossbow explosive? The crossbow explosive should be much weaker. In theory. Oh yeah. It is much weaker. Yeah, we give it as more of a... There are they. You can set them up as like proximity explosives too. There they are, I'm at.
敵は4体。囲まれないようにしよう。
My English is not the yellow from the ADS. There's a delay. Maybe I'm going too fast. Was that enough? Let me see. I'll do until I get one more
敵は
apple.
4体。数が
I
多
didn't
い。
pay attention.
注意しよ
I see carrots and wheat. No apple though. I needed 6, but I didn't pay attention how many I got.
敵全部で5体。囲まれないようにしよう。
Yeah. Lettuce. I think apples might take longer. Rice and carrots. Wait, where are the apples? How long are apples? Don't tell me they're like giga long. I am growing them. Eggs. I should check. Maybe the notification cuts off or something. All that meat. $50 wow, this is slow. We've gotten 3 apples in that time. I think apples are very long, maybe. Life fruit. I should probably do a life fruit. Viva fruit? I'm not sure. I gotta check what food I need after I've got all the bonuses. Probably is one that is attack and defense, or attack and skill power, or I don't know, attack HP, something. Okay, can we actually eat something that also gives crit? Apple pie is superior, but I'm saving for the ultimate one. Strawberry sandwich. Yes, yes. 71. So after I eat that apple pie, I don't need any more crit. This means, wait, do we get 3 apples or 2 apples?
敵全部で5体数が多い
Because if we get 3, then
注意しよ
I just need it once. Apples. 3. Okay. That was enough. So much farming. Yee. Give me that ultimate apple pie. Boom. Now I'm capped at crit rate. Except cool. He will be if I get a charm that has 2 effects on it. Like a crit charm with it doesn't even have to be a crit charm, just a charm with critical and something. Critical and burn is what I would want. Like burn, free, and crit. That would be perfect. Skill power is actually really good. He's capped with this. Yeah, a skill charm with critical free and burn free would be best in slot, I think. Look, now he's getting 20 free skill power from this. But I want to burn him for sure. Yeah, I don't know how to get these charms, you know? Those charms that have 2 effects on them. Yeah, no idea how to get these charms. Do you know by chance? They don't say anything special. So apparently there are enemies that have a higher chance at wait, I didn't mean to. There are enemies that have a higher chance. See, the game doesn't tell you this. As well as the game not telling you that you can get blighted stones from the beast. So this is AI, so this is like, who knows if this is true, right? That doesn't sound true. It says rusted golems have a higher chance, but I don't believe this shit. Maybe I have to show AI what I mean. This. I think AI doesn't know. Flower Field Tower? The fastest way in endgame relies on the flower field tower respawn in the Great Wall terraces. But this is like the second zone in the game. How can this be true? But then again, those charms, I've got like those wait, is it the big guys? Those big guys with the lasers? Flower Field Tower. It is that one. Oh, so apparently those two guys that you fight here are like, they're considered higher tier or whatever. I highly doubt. Like, I highly doubt they dropped this, right? Okay, Pendeo, what do you think about this, huh? Oh my god, it didn't. Wait, did those guys die? But that's a tier 1 charm though. So what I want to know, right? If I kill them... Wait, the elite disappeared, right? Where's the second guy? Remember? The second double sword guy? So if they drop stuff, right, and I rest, what happens? The stuff disappears. Okay, I shouldn't do that then. Yeah, why did the enemy disappear? There's a missing elite. Sure, the elite is missing. Also, they only drop one, like a tier 1. What about this guy? But you're not dead. What? Okay. I'm calling fake news because even if they do drop, right? It's just a tier 1. And also there's an enemy missing here. Maybe they removed the enemy with a patch or something? So you would need a place that has a strong enemy. Isn't this guy considered a strong enemy? I missed 2 strong boxes here. What was this area? There was a patch today. Yeah, they removed the enemy, I think. The second, the elite guy. For some reason. The scorched grasslands keep a golem camp. Fast travel to the scorched grasslands anchor. Scorched grasslands. Is the AI still talking about the same game? AI is so weird, man. Now it says, for my current progression or whatever, actually the capital. Urban area, interior campsite. And there's supposed to be elites or something. I mean, 1 elite. Monitorum. Interior. Alright. Do these actually respawn? Oh, they don't. What about these? Do these count as elites? Or like strong-ish enemies? Maybe not. So none of these were actually like strong enemies, you know, like strong. I think. What did it say? Fast travel to the urban area interior campsite. Step right outside the campsite into the ruined streets. There's a high-level enemy patrolling right nearby. Split to the next street corner to wipe out the adjacent group of heavy mechanical mobs. Is he talking about this enemy here? But you only beat this guy once. So this is the streets, right? But these are not mechanical mobs, these are like basic guys or whatever. Wait, are these like final in it? I can't tell, man. They just die like flies. And they only drop in like M-men tier 1 shops. So basically we just need to find a place that has an elite enemy. Dude, explosive is crazy. I'm just looking at this point. Nah, these are basic enemies. I don't know. Like, I want a charm, but unless we have like can't attack. Wait, he's already dead? What? Am I this strong? Oh, never mind, phase 2. Oh, 7 bacon. Some veggies. Damn, those tough. Bye-bye. Oh my god. Wow. This really is the strongest skill, huh? Defeat every man. That was easy. Yeah, I'm strong. Another flower to the hair. They're like gym badges. Okay, I'm glad we're not back in the walker. After this weak ass enemy.
早く治療ポットを見つけないと。
Wait a minute. Another. Oh my god. This is, by the way, this is the broken skill that I've been spamming that does so much damage. This one. The second follow-up. And we get another follow-up for this thing. Barada. So we're even stronger now. I think things will just die now once I use that combo. Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade it now at the next camp because I have 599 skill points. Damn. $599, yeah. From all the withered beast farming. Damn, this looks rusty AF. I wouldn't trust a medical pot that looks this dirty.
あった。ああ、これが治療ポットじゃな。バウエラを呼ぼう。カグラをここに連れてくるのじゃ。エマ、どこに行くの？
Now she's just infected. She can't take the homophobia like Emma
ちゃん
can.
と帰ってきて。約束。お願い。
Thing looks like a coffin. A very dirty and rusted coffin, yeah.
まあ、
Why is it rusty though? Doesn't have to be like damp and a little bit wet,
もし
like humid
エマを見
for
失
us.
うようなことがあったら、クーを信じてついていけ。
Can she see
エ
her?
マとクーはつながっている。クーは必ずエマを見つける。もし我がいなくなったら、カグラ、お前がエマを探すのじゃ。
God damn.
バイオレット。いや、なんでもない。行くぞ。
What was that? Did you not hear what she said? Emma is such an NPC, man.
来たか、エマ。あの日、輪廻の獣の汚れを受け、各地の人類は追い詰められた。その時、輪廻の獣が私に語りかけたのだ。人は新たな人類に進化して生きるべきだと。 私は輪廻の獣と手を組み、人類を進化させる計画を進めた。インプラントによって都の民は汚れを克服したと思い込んだが、しかしひとたびあるスイッチを発動すれば、インプラントは次のフェーズに移行する。
Weird looking place.
選別だ。インプラントに選ばれた優れた人類だけが汚れ人となり、選ばれなかった者は腐食体として生きる。輪廻の獣が完全に復活すれば、この世界の大気がインプラントで満たされる。それこそがサンサーラ・ブロッサム、人類の改正による進化だ。しかし輪廻の獣も悠久の時を経て劣化し、新たなる肉体を探していた。新たなる肉体とは、体内の汚れ純度を極限まで高めた汚れ人だ。そのためにコロニーを建築し、汚れ人を量産し増やす計画を立てた。この計画を終えるまで、私と人類は生き残ることを許された。人類の起源だ。しかしこたびの器の選定でそれももう終わる。現世人類は死に絶え、汚れの中で生きていける汚れ人の世が始まるのだ。さあ、私は奥の間だ。器のエマよ、来るがよい。
Okay. I'm gonna fight this old guy. How is he gonna fight? Damn, that's a nice camp. So the strongest skill is becoming even stronger, huh? Don't mind if I do. I wonder if this is worth using though, in terms of like efficiency. Oh, let's just max it out, right? I think I upgraded everything I use. I don't really use this. This is good for clearing though. Might as well. Is this for both? Or just for this one? I'm assuming it's for the second one. Yeah, I think it's for the second one. So it's like a mod for less cost. Who gets +1 per hit against foes suffering from corrosion. After a critical hit, the next skill uses only 3. Okay. And a full blue maul has count as critical. Holy my. I don't know. Anything else for her? Guess I could take this, but I don't really need it. My attack area, maybe. Oh yeah. Not that I use it, but I have so many points. This is such an odd area. He was like the old dude from Stellar Blade.
北かエマ輪廻の獣の器よ
He hella looks like that guy from Stellar Blade.
こやつが都の王。
服事をしろ器よ新たな人類の主もわからぬ愚か者め
And how are you gonna enforce your rule, Pendeo? Oh.
行け
Oh my god. We'll try this. Explosives are not that strong. I think he's a single guy.
さすがにただのゴーレムではかなわぬか。くない。
Kunai. Oh, hell no.
クナイも計画によって生み出された器の子。
If I can bind her with one
器の選定の最
root,
終フェ
she's
ーズ。
so done.
行けクナイ。
Wait, am I starting with full thingy? That is not fair. Oh, right, she's gone. Oh my god. A freaking one-com motor. She got absolutely destroyed. Holy fuck, that was easy. And we're still losing. After stomping her face in, basically. Get plot armor strong. She has a cool arm.
あの子、神楽はどうした？私はかつて弟を守れなかった。私だけが汚れ人として生き残った。お前は何のために戦う？
その
ルー
力。そうか。
Okay, what makes you think you have a better chance?
製品と思っていたが、
Old fart.
家ではかなわぬわけよ。輪廻の獣は最初からエマ、お前を選んでいたのだな。さあ、煮えを食らえ、エマよ。器としての完成の時だ。
Nice.
貴様。
エマ、輪廻の獣を倒すんだろう。私の汚れを取り込め。この力を渡せば器は完成してしまう。
Every time I hear her talk, all I see is Sasha Bros.
操り人形じゃない。私はお前になら運命を委ねてもいい。だから私の力を受け取ってくれ。
Sorry, Kunai. Your power is not part of my main combo.
押し付けるために渡すんじゃない。 が生きるための力だ。
くない。
私のようにはなるな、エマ。
姉さん、くない姉さん。
So that family was her brother? It's always family, huh? For Shido, it was a sister. Are you gonna sing again?
そうか。これが私のすべての記憶。やはり鍵は私だったんだ。
Huh?
私が輪廻の獣の起動鍵。
Damn. The mark is stronger. Kunai's weapon?
王の間の奥に巨大な汚れの反応。これが輪廻の獣。エマ、いよいよ最後の戦いです。先に進むと戻ることはできないでしょう。
Thing is, I need a burn weapon, so
準備をしてください。
I can't really drop it.
必ず帰ってきて。
$59K? Damn. Kieran memories. Cool. A farewell gift, take it. Chameleon. Each swing of the blade crackles with lightning. Oh, cool. So it's like a better lightning sword. Cool. A lightning sword with more damage. So what do we upgrade next? I guess the remaining arrows and stuff. There's nothing else to use amber on right now, so... Thanks for the 125 stream streak. Yeah, lang din. Wait, rest until morning. I can't do that. So we go. But I didn't eat anything. Stomach's empty. What the heck? At a level up, no? Yeah. 2. I don't know. Ko can assassinate? We've run ahead. Well, that have worked. I should have gotten this earlier on. So weak enemies he can just assassinate. That floor is so trippy. This one. Whoa. Yeah. Rip Bozo. This super polished fall. It's hella bright. Whatever happened to Mister? He left.
クー、もう戻れない。
He left Discord as well.
君と一緒に戦うのもこれで最後だ。
Damn, my tattoo is sparkly.
行こう、クー。
Thanks for text. Random moves brands. There was a conversation from an hour ago. Yeah, I just hydrated. I legit hydrated. But I'll do it again. Whoa. What is this? The earth tree?
この声は呼んでる。森の奥。
Where's Mikoto been all this? I didn't say anything. I was wondering. Freaking Kunai is dead already. This guy hasn't been here for like 10 years.
エマ、
Sup, homie.
僕の探し物が見つかったからさ。 エマ、ついてきて。
輪廻の獣は
着いた。ここがすべての汚れを滑る場所。
御事に反応している。すべての汚れの中核に共鳴する存在。
Because he can control blight.
まさか
He said that before.
そんな存在がおるとすれば
I'm thinking this guy is the beast. Because he can control blight.
僕が輪廻の獣だよ。
Freaking call it.
僕はサンサーラブロッサムを起こすためにここにエマを。
For some reason, since the beginning, he told us he can control the blight. And then Violet just freaking drops. Or the beast of reincarnation is like the only being that can control other malefacts. Right? So it was kind of obvious.
導いた。そのためのプログラムエマ。
And he seemed like holy, ethereal, full of himself type thing, you know?
君はエマシリーズその1個体。エマシリーズは願いを書き記したプログラムを持つ。その願いはやがて意志となり、目的を達成する。よくたどり着いてくれたね、エマ。
一体何のために。
Can't believe Akaza is the
バイオレッ
beast.
ト。知っているでしょ、ここまで来たんだもの。君を突き動かす存在、バイオレット。僕はバイオレットのためにこの計画を進めてきた。
我のために。
バイオレットが幸せに生きる世界を作りたい。
Let me guess, she's your sister?
こんなこと。
君のためなら何だってできるさ。少し昔の話をしよう。僕の故郷シャンバラの話を。
But Shambhala is digital.
シャンバラは2000年前の現世を複製、
Yeah.
再構築した世界。そこには現世への転生を望むプレイヤーが住んでいる。
So Sword Art Online.
彼らは自らの転生のために危機として腐食体を操る。そして彼らの集合的無意識によって僕、輪廻の獣の意志も操られていた。僕はシャンバラ世界自体を作り上げる役目も持つんだ。意志を操られていた僕は理想の世界を思い描くことができなかった。シャンバラも現世と同じ争いや差別、貧困、現世と同じく苦悩していた。そんな時バイオレットと出会った。バイオレットはプレイヤーから選ばれる巫女。シャンバラが生まれてから何代も続いた巫女の家系。巫女はシャンバラの管理者である僕を唯一管理し起動できる存在。けど同時に僕は世界を司る全知全能の管理者。どの巫女にも怯え、畏怖、嘘の笑み。けどバイオレットは他の巫女とは違った。そしてバイオレットは言ったんだ。
まだ争いも差別も貧困もある。
So why did he banish her from
け
Shambhala?
ど美しさもある。私はあなたの作ったシャンバラを愛している。
その時、作り物の僕が初めて人間を愛そうと思った。
Damn, okay.
同時に僕が魂を獲得した瞬間だった。温かい、まばゆく美しい時間が続いた。
Okay, but this doesn't explain anything about why he took her away from Shambhala, put her inside Emma. This whole blight shit.
そして願いが叶うなら同じ人として触れ合いたかった。けどシャンバラの一部が崩壊。シャンバラが存在する月面サーバーに物理破損が起きたせいだ。バイオレットはそのせいで強制的に不完全に現世に転送された。
Wait, this is Earth? Where we are right now?
そうじゃ。我には現世に来た頃、抑えられない衝動があった。
Wait, I thought this place where we are in is also not real.
会いたいと。しかし、誰に会いたいのかも思い出せなかった。強い思いは残っていても、記憶は取り戻せなかった。
僕にはバイオレットの行方は分からなかった。僕はこの世界の脆弱さと自分を呪った。僕はバイオレットを探
Yeah,
す
she
ため
looks like
何度も現世で肉体を入れ替え
16 or
生きなが
something.
らえてきた。けどバイオレットはいつどこに転生するのかわからなかった。
But again, so does he.
だから魂を嗅ぎ分ける犬神の一族とこの体で分離した。そして1000年の時を数え、ようやく犬神の一族の末裔がバイオレットが転生した肉体を見つけ出した。犬神の一族の末裔、それがクー。そしてバイオレットの魂が宿ったのがエマ、君だよ。不完全な定着だけど転生はなった。犬神の一族は代を重ねて役目が消えかかっていた。
So he just wanted a physical body for her? So she can actually live? But what about his body? How did he get
ク
his
ーが
body?
出会えたのは奇跡だったよ。輪廻の獣の
You know?
器としてのエマ、
Because the beast is also
そし
digital.
て輪廻の獣の起動鍵であるバイオレットの覚醒、すべて揃った。これで僕もバイオレットも一緒に生きられる世界を作れる。エマ、クー、僕とバイオレットのために輪廻の獣になってくれるかい？
み
What?
こと、ダメ。私がわからないの。みこと、バイオレットは私のそばにいる。教えてみこと。輪廻の獣が復活したら、この世界はどうなる？
バイオレットが幸せに生きる世界。汚れ人も迫害されず、脆弱でもなく、永遠に続く世界。
この世界の人はどうなるの？
都の王が言った通り、汚れに耐えられない者はすべて腐食体として生きる。
So basically it's gonna spread everywhere. That's what he's saying.
そうだ。 僕はバイオレットが幸せなら
Bruh.
それでいい。
ミコト、やめて、そんなのダメよ。
ミコト、私には人の心はわからない。ミコトにとってバイオレットは大切な人。けど私にとってもこの世界はバイオレット、クー、カグラ、大切な人がいる場所。私が守りたい、いつかみんなが帰る場所だから、それを壊すなら私は戦う。
そうか、君には届かないのか。なら君を倒して手に入れるしかない。
Thanks for the text, Tempered. Whoa. God damn. That is so cursed. Holy.
君と僕が一つになれば、
What is this
輪
barrier?
廻の獣は進化して幸せに生きられる。どうして理解できない？
Fucked up. That was my bad. Because I did the wrong combo. You would have been dead.
僕が一つになれば、輪廻の獣は進化
You
し
would have
て
been dead
幸
if I
せに
did
生きられ
the
る。
right one.
どうして理解できない？
This one. Okay, maybe I shouldn't continue the combo.
君と僕が一つになれば、輪廻の獣は進化して
Change of
幸
plans.
せに生きられる。どうして理解できない？
She's not at 6-7 deaths. Maybe tickle him a little bit with this. Holy fuck, I died. Oh my god. Can't kill him. Am I hungry? Wait, why can't I kill him? I can't kill him actually. Am I missing something? Maybe I have to break his dance? I'm not sure actually. I'm not sure. I can't reduce his health below like 1% or whatever this is.
君と僕が一つになれば、輪廻の獣は進化して幸せに生きられる。どうして理解できない？
Nice side. Look at this. He just takes no damage anymore. There. Can't kill him. Can't kill him. Wait, does he take reduced damage or? I feel like I can't. You know how much damage I'm dealing, right? So I don't think he can be killed. There's some mechanic that I don't know. Yeah, he takes no damage. Brother. Yeah, I don't know. It has to be breaking, right? Yeah, it has to be breaking. Yeah, see? It was breaking. But it broke? What is my HP?
これは体が再生できない。そうか。
Nice.
あの解析を終えていたか。けどエマ、それでも君に僕が倒せる。
healing anymore.
Good.
I didn't mean to do this. I want to fire my bow. Which is the same button as leaping, by the way.
これは体が再生できない。そうか。あの博士、解析を終えていたのか。けどエマ、それでも君に僕が倒せる。
Oh my god. One combo is all it took. Is all it
そう
took.
か。ここまで育ったんだね。
Definitely phase
けど
2,
その
right?
力は僕が与えた力。返してもらうよ。
Wait, what? Wait, he took our OP skill? No way. Wait, what did he take? Wait, we still have it? Do we still have it or not? I don't think we do. I can't use anything. Yeah, we have nothing actually. I can't see anything. Oh my god.
今まで一体どうすればいいのじゃ。
Holy fuck. Nani? Damn. You just get murdered. Weird thing is I was winning. How? Right, this flower.
これ以上戦わないで。お願い、やめて。
力を。僕と同じ力。これはまさか描かれた輪廻の獣の力が開花したのか。
Oh, you're dead. Yeah, I forgot. When did we get that flower? I think we got this flower
一緒には行け
when
ない
we
んだね。
saved Ku from the blight. Like when he digitized. And we saved him, we got it, I think.
もう僕が復活することはない。この身を開けた時から命の起源が生まれた。バイオレット、君のそばにいたかった。それだけが願いだった。
ミコト。
What? This is like the worst timing to pass out. Brother. She's healed.
Emma. Ku. Emma. Ku. どこ?
Yeah, those things give you an implant to resist the blight of 7.
ダメ。私と一緒になることはない。君だけは生きて。これは今までの空が感じた感情。ありがとう、空。あったかいよ。君や神楽、バイオレット。もう少し一緒に生きたかった。
He's gonna be fine, right? Wait a minute. She's not fine. She's rooting or whatever it's called. Companionship, no?
どうしてわからなかったんだろう。バイオレット、これでいいんだよね。最後に一度だけ輪廻の力を使うよ。さようなら、エマ。生きて。
She's becoming the world tree. A world tree. You're crying too. Damn, everyone's crying. Damn, Shambhala is falling apart. It means Violet will also die, right? Wait, no, she doesn't die because she's inside Emma.
Emma の魂を感じる。一緒におるのか。くん、お前ならエマの器を見つけられる。けど、魂の劣化が始まってる。
Emma's vessel? I thought she got saved.
このままでは持たぬな。お願い、絶対帰ってくるって約束したじゃない。お願い、帰ってきて。それまで我がお前のそばで劣化を食い止めよう。
Wherever that falls, people are dying. Yeah.
器が見つかる頃には我はおそらく消えておるじゃろうな。だからこれで最後。エマ、 目を覚ましても寂しがるでないぞ。エマ、ずっと一緒にいるからな。エマとクーはつながっている。クーは必ずエマを見つける。クーは見つけてくれ。
Alright.
ここにエマはいないのね。
So she was dying, and Mikoto made her reincarnate.
行こう、クー。
Okay, I get it. So she rooted into Ku's flower. Did you see that? I think.
お願い、もう少し動いて。
I got her to bathroom so bad. But it's like bad timing. It's like that type of caffeine-induced thing, you know? Like it's bad. So what does she incarnate as? Like just herself? Imagine she wakes up in the same hut. The same hut from the village.
クー、待って。あ、
This is the beginning. Violet.
これはエマ。
So who reincarnated? Violet or Emma? Emma? What the heck? So was Emma a Violet clone?
ただいま。エマ、クー。早く行こう。
Because remember, when Violet entered Emma, right? I mean, sent away from Shambhala, and she was supposed to enter a body, she said there were like rows of her clones.
今日は丘まで行くんだから。
Yeah, I think Emma was like Violet,
今日は
a
よく
Violet
晴れて
clone.
るよ。行こう。
Okay, chat, I hate to like pause here, but I really have to use the bathroom. I'm exploding if I don't. Give me like a couple minutes. Go, man. Hello. Thanks for text, Adric.
Good.
Mira's good. Felt like I got rid of Blight IRL. I'm hydrating right now, thanks. She has the braided tail. You know what this ending reminds me of? It's obviously very different, but the ending is similar to Kuon. Cool. Never saw you play Kuon. Really? Because I played it on stream. Man, one of my favorite games of all time. Best story I've ever played. Kuon, not this one. I think the problem with this game is this game doesn't make any sense until the last hour of the game. Wasn't here that Illy? So you went around during First Ascendant? Might have been before First Ascendant. Game Freak SMH. Combat designer Yuta Saito. Yeah, the combat is good. Became a regular when you played Wukong. Their post-credit scene. New game plus unlocked. New difficulty reincarnation plus unlocked. And reincarnation plus enemies attack power continues to increase with each playthrough. Bestial members acquired. Kanzashi acquired. Secret skill rejuvenating barrier. Cool. Defeat the beast, reach the ending of the game. So there's no achievement for finishing on hard. Do you think it changes the rating, the ending? I don't think so. Maybe a 0.5 at best. This is still a 6 out of 10 type game. Because while I would say the last hour or so, or the last 1 to 2 hours of the game, not even, the last hour of the game was good because it finally made sense. And the story, the thing is, the story itself is actually good, right? Once you know the entire story, the story is cool. The problem is, you don't know what the fuck is going on until the last hour of the game. So yeah, story is good. The problem is, it's not good until the last hour of the game. Yeah. Lots of recycled bosses, I noticed. Lots of padding. Excruciatingly slow dialogue. With the most boring, what do you want to call it? Companion episodes? I am done, yeah. We finished the game. Spoilers? Well, I already said everything that needs to be said. I feel like. Thanks for your follow. Booty eating bandit. I'ma ban you. There's a beast and it can reincarnate. Bruh. Come on, man. Damn, mana ain't fucking around. Yeah, it's still a 6 out of 10 type game. It's eyed. The note fucking sucks though. Was an alright game. The combat made it enjoyable. What day is it today? 16. Isn't Mortal Shell 2 tomorrow? Damn, that's hype. Tomorrow. Oh, I'm so hyped. Mortal Shell 2 looked really good and have a key for it. I didn't get it yet, but the email said you will get a key already. Dude, that armor.
Thank you.
Hello Mori, Shadow and everyone in the stream, how everyone is doing? Mori, how is the weather up there? Dino dance.
Thanks, Uncle, for the 420. The weather is too hot. 37 degrees Celsius. too hot. Which is like, I don't know, 100 degrees Fahrenheit or something. Or close to it. Yeah, close to it. It's like 98 maybe. Way too hot. "29 hours, the advanced access." I didn't get the email yet. What did it say? "We have received your request. You're planning to send out keys on August 17 when the game goes live. Devout Edition goes live." Is Devout Edition a 1 day and 5 hours? That's not 17, right? Well, it is 17, but it's in the evening of the 17. One day and 5 hours. No, that's like... Yeah. Game looks eyed. Yeah. It's another Souls-like. Man, I cannot get enough from Souls-likes. Yo, by the way, mana, I was so OP in Beast, everything died in one combo. Bosses too. Shit's crazy. Yeah, Addo with 200 attack, but it's a certain skill. It's a certain skill that deletes health bars. It is the finisher of Kiku. Like 2 light attacks and then just square. It's that one. Like that follow-up after the first square does insane damage, and it even has another follow-up after that that is pretty much the same. And the explosive arrows, yeah. Yeah, that build was pretty OP, honestly. With together with the cool skills. But you haven't played Reincarnated Plus difficulty? Yeah. Maybe I'll replay it at one point. Yeah, it sucks. So Mortal Shell isn't gonna be playable until the next stream after tomorrow, because it's like, it says 29 hours from now. Take tomorrow off and do a long stream the day after. Can't take a day off. Yeah, it will drop as soon as I stream tomorrow. Hmm. It'd be a full day of gifts on Discord. Hmm. What did we do now? I feel empty. I don't really want to start another game. Because the Mortal Shell is already tomorrow. Yeah, Dragon Sword, but I don't know if that's what I'm feeling like too. Because there's no new content. Aside from like leveling up other characters. I don't really feel like doing that. Maybe Star Citizen? Hell no. You would need to pay me to pay Star Citizen. Play Star Citizen. .8 and 4.9 was so freaking ass, man. Yeah. I am down for a long stream. With Mortal Shell. Goblin Ninja Gay 4. I'm not gonna start a new game. When tomorrow is Mortal Shell 2. Bruh, I mean, can't start a new game now. It make no sense, you know? Big Souls like tomorrow. Don't impose limits? Yeah, but I don't... It makes no sense to start a new game. Mortal Shell 2 have no story? Yeah, but I'm gonna start it and then play it until I finish it though. So whatever game I would start like today and tomorrow will just be forgotten eventually. Caught up on some news. It seems the wrestler community is ready to riot finally because of 4.11 Nick's one release possibilities. Let's watch the EDP. What is the EDP documentary? Still got a full day of stream. Yeah. You won't die. Maybe you will if you have it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, I don't really feel like playing anything right now. It's weird. Need to warp your Souls likes gameplay of some Dark Souls 2. I want to play Dark Souls 2 when I can actually like play through the whole game in one go. Hi, Nico. Here, we need a game for tomorrow. But not like a big game. I just wanna get back to generating on coffee. Well, it's like I just don't feel like playing right now. I don't know. I was hoping Beast would last like another hour or two. Minesweeper. Coaster Reincarnated Plus. Man, it was just gonna be the same thing, just no. There's no achievement for finishing hard, by the way. But there's an achievement for clicking New Game Plus, bruh. Just speedrun it. Now I want to play Beast. I'm done with the game. 6 out of 10 eye game. Scroll for a YouTube watch later. So we chillin', hanging around. More EXE stop rocking? What do you mean? I'm looking at my watch later. for another hour-long gameplay vid? No. I got 2 interesting ones, maybe. Any Seth or Reggie? Who's Reggie? I rewatched all of the videos. Seth. He does the same thing as Seth. Very Seth-coded. Man, what is wrong with me? I just don't want to do anything. First will I skim? What the hell? Where's that one? Which video is that? Hi, Kanji. Just to pick a user during the vid? Yeah, but which one is it? The most recent one. Okay. I've never seen a single video from this guy. This is 40 minutes. Maybe watch this and call it then? We'll see.
An appreciation for chemical weapons, total indifference to friendly fire, and a romantic attraction to military-industrial sadism. These are the three components of any good Skaven. But is that enough to withstand 500,000 Tyrannid monsters, 2,000 Chaos Warriors, and whatever the hell this thing is? That is the question we will answer in today's video, because we'll be playing a Warhammer-themed deathmatch in Conquest of Elysium 5. Through the acquisition of several dubiously balanced mods, we've carefully constructed 4 different teams of Warhammer factions, which will compete to stomp our head in and claim ownership over this planet. But before we go any further, I have to tell you something. I live in the not-so-good part of town, and every Sunday I have witnessed a schizophrenic man throw a boulder through the window of a nearby Toyota dealership. He's been doing it for months, and the police either aren't willing or aren't able to stop him. His dedication to his craft fascinates me, and in many ways I consider him to be my muse. The uninitiated among us may ask, why is he trying to kill the receptionist with a piece of concrete at 9:30 a.m.? But I already know the answer. This man is profoundly upset because he's not able to play the newest update for Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZ is a free-to-play urban fantasy action RPG, and they've just added tons of content to the...
Speaking of, I have a returnee email thing, and they're trying to bait me with a limited SSR selector or whatever.
Game, such as new playable character Remiel. She's a powerful angel who drains the color from the world around her and uses it to defeat her enemies. Personally, I'm a huge fan. In fact, I read her entire Wikipedia. Now let me ask you, are you a fan of welfare? Because Zenless Zone Zero is about to deploy the strongest welfare package in history. We're talking 1 free S-tier agent, 1 W engine, 20 character pulls, 1600 polychrome, and most importantly, we're doing a swimsuit episode. If that doesn't turn your life around, I don't know what will. In addition to that, you can also enjoy all of the other aspects of the game, such as a diverse roster of characters, fascinating world design paired with
come up with a name for an app for learning languages.
Combat system which will make you loudly exclaim such exciting things as wow. Holy God, I've just killed a man. And
I'm
of
not that
course,
creative.
I'm playing it for the story. So what are you waiting for? Use the link below to download Zenless Zone Zero for free today on PC, console, or mobile. And you can redeem the code on screen to receive 60 polychrome and 6,666 Denny. Thank you, Zenless Zone Zero. Now back to the video. Here we are in the pre-game lobby. I quickly select a Skaven faction, which is just barely legally distinct enough to prevent Games Workshop from sodomizing us. And then I give myself a traditional Rat Man name. Across from us sits the Imperium of Man, represented by the Imperial Guard and Adeptus Mechanicus. The Undead Coalition, led by the Tomb Kings and
Lingora,
Princes,
Fluentia,
the Chaos Forces, comprising both Nurgle and Khorne, and finally the Tyrannid Swarm. If we're lucky, most of these people will kill each other long before we ever meet them. Otherwise, it's going to be a long night at the office. So, let's begin. Like any good Zero to Hero story, ours starts with Glup Shido spawning in a hole in the ground. Our most immediate neighbors are a society of magical worms and a gang of Cro-Magnon men patrolling the dirt streets. To a normal faction, a subterranean dirt kingdom might not sound terribly appealing, but to us, this is a great start, because our entire faction is based around extracting and processing natural resources. So we'll begin by using our waste plow to dredge these mines for every mineral available, leaving nothing behind but fields of ash. However,
extraction of a K?
Mines for every
extraction of a K.
Mineral available, leaving nothing behind but fields of ash. However, this process is kind of a one-time deal, and since our cave has the approximate square footage of a New York apartment, it's time for us to go topside and stake our claim to the outside world. I use our second commander Riz to start exploring the surface and conquering poorly defended villages. This clears the way for our waste plows, and we begin terraforming the local ecosystem into a steaming pile of shit. But why why do we do this? Are we fundamentally bad people? Do we openly despise the outside world? And is our rebellion against Mother Nature motivated in part by our hatred of God himself? The answer is a categorical yes, but also we do it because it gives us a shit ton of iron, which we can sell for gold, or more importantly, use to build factories.
Devil
which is the
Riz.
very first thing I did. Tucked away in our subterranean hideout, safe from the gaze of occupational health and
where do they
safety,
find these
we have
games?
created our first factory. Here, we will push the limits of industrialism, productivity, and on-site fatalities in order to produce some of the most heinous technology imaginable.
What the
Each
heck?
factory we build will passively construct automaton soldiers to join our armies, and occasionally they will also complete production on a complex war machine. Right now, we've just got one factory, but soon this entire cave will be a monument to unpaid overtime. We just need more resources. Using Riz, we follow the coastline south, eventually arriving and conquering the desert city of Morn, which is our first substantial source of gold. Now, unlike a drug addict, we no longer have to rely on selling scrap metal to afford our next hit of crack cocaine. In other good news, we received a notification telling us that our
69
factory has
gold?
finished construction
Nice.
on its first war machine, a Gata blimp. If your understanding of that word is a blimp with Gatling guns, then much like me, you have the brain of a rat, and you are welcome in my subterranean lair anytime. This bad boy puts out 9 attacks every round, and in the event of its death, it triggers a self-destruct protocol that mostly kills your own units. Very nice. The acquisition of the Gata blimp expedited our conquest significantly, and as we killed and plowed our way
What is
across
this
the
game?
map, we created more factories, which in turn produced more war machines, most notably the Total Resource Harvester. This creaking, smoking mountain of metal is the pinnacle of military-industrial sadism. An entire factory mobilized on a set of tank treads the size of a 4-lane highway. This monstrosity is capable of harvesting resources similarly to our waste plows, but it can also
Conquest of
process
Elysium
biomatter,
5.
meaning that we can harvest wooded
I
areas
think
to
that
gain
tooth was
15
hard for
iron
immersion.
each, or
It
we
didn't
can
look
even
hard.
consume the entire population of a village for 55. But I didn't do either of those. Instead, the first thing we processed was the stupid fucking cavemen who have been blocking the entrance to our base for the past 15 turns. I gotta say, watching a group of Unga Bunga cavemen have their flesh harvested and assimilated by a skyscraper-sized robot is truly one of life's simple pleasures. Now we can resume our work in peace. Expanding westward, we come into contact with our first major enemy, the Tyranids. At first glance, you might expect us to be sympathetic to these creatures. After all, we're both swarm factions focused on the violent assimilation of biomass. But I could never respect a
damn.
bug, because they're the pencil pushers of the 40k setting. Yeah, you're killing everyone, but where's the showmanship? The
Oh god, this
homunculi
thing.
of the Dark Eldar turn their enemies into living furniture. The orcs use teleportation technology to teleport inside your body and rip you open like an overstuffed turkey. And the Imperium of Man sacrifices like 1,000 neurodivergent people every day to a dead guy in a chair. In the face of all of that, I find the Tyranids to be painfully mid, and I sentence them to death. The only problem with all of
Damn.
that is, I checked the score graph, and the Tyranids are like 3 times more powerful than us. But don't worry, we just got a very well-timed random event, because a brave hero has appeared to join our fight against the killer bugs. Regrettably, he was eaten alive by a giant spider on the very next turn. Thanks for trying, pal, but we've gone
Bruh.
from here. You see, the
What a hero.
natural geography of our starting position makes it highly defensible. All we had to do was take these mine layers and use them to stuff this choke point full of at least 50 high explosive landmines. That takes care of our most immediate concern. Next, the Capitolium. This 4-tile megacity is the most resource-dense area on the entire map, and if we let the Tyranids capture it, we are almost certainly doomed. But how can we stop them? I have exactly one idea. I know for a fact that the Tyranids did not spawn on this side of the map. In fact, they're all the way over here, meaning that the only way they could get here this quickly is if they teleported. All we need to do is find the teleporter, destroy it, and then we can whittle down their remaining armies with our endless supply of slave labor. After some scouting, we identified the problem. We are being betrayed by the very environment itself, because these ancient forests are conduits of magical energy, and they allow armies to teleport to them through the use of a fairy circle, such as the fairy circle right outside the Tyranid base. 99% chance this is how the bugs are getting over here. Most factions wouldn't be able to stop this, but if there's one thing we're good at, it's destroying the environment. So I had our resource harvesters elegantly turn the forest into a parking lot. With that taken care of, we have effectively severed the Tyranid supply lines. Now we just have to deal with their local forces. Fortunately, they did half the work for us when they decided to charge headfirst into one of our minefields. This resulted in the death of several of our mine layers, but more importantly, it debilitated one of the main Tyranid swarms, which was a great start. Now, the benefit of landmines is that they are a convenient way to kill your enemies. The downside is that they're stationary, so you just have to hope that the enemy walks onto the correct tile. But what if we could figure out how to bring the landmines to them? Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the Doomsday Conscript. It's literally just a rat holding an atomic bomb. He's got one ability and it kills everyone, starting with himself. So with the brown Tyranid force in shambles, I decided to send this Doomsday Conscript after the pink swarm for a decisive victory. To my surprise, the Tyranids took the bait and attacked the suicide rat. However, rather embarrassingly, they killed him before he could explode. On my second attempt, I gave our rat a small army of expendable losers to distract the enemy long enough for him to detonate his bomb. God bless Skaven military doctrine. With the two main Tyranid swarms defeated, it was just a matter of throwing an endless supply of rats at the remaining bugs and destroying their spawning pools until we had fully expunged them from our territory. This means we can now set our sights on something far more important, the Capitolium. Sieging the Capitolium can be surprisingly difficult, especially if they've got high-level casters. So we spent about 15 turns carefully crafting the perfect siege army. We started by conscripting a bunch of worthless nobodies to fill out our front line. Then for the back line, we've got Warplock Jezzails. Editor, 10 times zoom and digitally enhance the image. Ah yes, much better. These are basically just high-powered snipers. Whatever they shoot dies, and they do not miss. Just for good measure, I also tossed in a few
makes me want to play as Gavins, and I don't even play RTS games.
At our enemies. I cannot fathom a more dignified death than being shot 25 times by snipers while melting in a pool of acid. So let's get to it. Our first target is the most holy of places, the Temple District. We start the siege by quickly liquefying 90% of the clergy and shooting the rest. Moving on to the Trade District, we use our underminers to tunnel underground and re-emerge on the other side of the enemy walls, before drilling them in the face and exploding. Next was the Slums, which was defended by like 4 people, so you can guess how that went. And then finally, we attacked the Citadel, where the Emperor himself was waiting for us. As the siege began, I realized he has an item that gives him acid resistance, so our
Skaven are getting a new faction soon.
He must have felt pretty smart about that until our blimp shot
Where
him in the face
and
with
what
a
game?
Gatling
I
gun.
don't know.
After that, we had a tasteful
I've never played an RTS.
Pyromancer before eventually
I mean, I've played like Age of Empires 1 and 2 as a kid, but
capturing the final piece of the Capitolium. Much like Thanos gathering his final Infinity Stone, we are now ready to completely ruin the universe. But first, we need to coronate Glup Shido as the new ruler of this world. So we move into the Citadel and proceed to buy the support of the Industrial Council. This transforms Glup from a 3'7" incel rat into a 6'9" technocrat. Equipped with a variety of new weapons and new rituals, individuals were finally ready to make this planet so much shittier.
Total
First things
war army.
first, the capital is insufficient in its current form. Much like Toronto, it must grow from one city into a collection of cities, each one worse than the last, until eventually the rampant drug crisis of our original city pales in comparison to the army of shambling fentanyl ghouls inhabiting our satellite cities. To accomplish this, we use glup shitto to construct several sweatshops and conscription offices in each tile of the capital. Then on the outskirts, we erect a ring of child labor factories to fortify our position. Each factory is outfitted with several machine gun turrets to prevent entry or escape.
Star Wars characters
Then,
Glub
to top it all
Shido.
off, we have a dozen mine layers surround all of that with 50 landmines on each tile. I hope the civil engineers out there are taking notes, because this is the pinnacle of urban planning. We also take this opportunity to accelerate our global enshittification of the planet, aggressively deploying resource harvesters to flatten the mountain ranges and process every tree on the map. The animals and tribesmen inhabiting these areas did attempt to fight back, but I can't imagine why. Because when you and 3 of your illiterate friends decide to ambush my harvester, I can't help but wonder what you thought was going to happen prior to being sucked into our industrial wood chipper and dying on the spot. Since we're on the topic of bad ideas, if you're going to attack someone with not 1 but 2 nuclear bombs, you better be willing to finish the job, or else they're just going to come back weirder and more deranged than before. Which is why we're now going to focus on attacking someone with not 1 but 2 nuclear bombs. You better be willing to finish the job, or else they're just going to...
What is this? Wait, did drinking juice from like a Klee cosplayer sitting in there? But why? And why Klee? I have so many questions. What is this from? Does this show up anywhere? Wait, my HDR is still on. Whoops. Go, man. Like, where was this? Is this real? Holy fuck, this is real. This has to be AI, right? Wait, this is real apparently. It's actually real. She looks different though. Dude. That's not even like sweet feet cola. A freaking like she's like soaked in it. Yeah, the face is like changed here.
Come back weirder and more deranged than before.
Yo, chat, wanna buy my Gripper's energy drink? What is this?
Which is why we're now going to focus all of our military efforts on finishing off the Tyranid faction. Presently, we've got a military advantage over them.
Imagine me told we need you to chill in this coke and people will come and drink from it.
Quickly. I take our siege army west along the coast toward the main Tyranid hive. The only thing standing in our way is the Tomb Kings and Vampire Princes. Preliminary scouting has indicated that they are not open to diplomacy. That's unfortunate, because these factions can get absolutely disgusting in the late game with undead dragons, so it's imperative that we stomp them out while we have the chance. Locating their main city wasn't difficult, but taking it was another story. The siege began with two massive explosions ripping through our front lines. At first, I thought the enemies had some kind of grenade launcher, but upon reviewing the footage, I realized it was just our shitty-ass war machines exploding on contact with the first enemy projectile. Remind me to kill the engineering team when we get back to the base. Despite these setbacks, we did manage to seize the city, which forced the vampire faction to subsist on whatever scraps of real estate they could eke out of the ever-expanding
what do you gotta do to get out of poverty?
Since I am a generous man, I was content to let them live out their days in abject poverty. But after about 6 turns, we received a notification explaining that they died of homelessness. That works too. On to the Tomb Kings. I struggle to properly express the power disparity between us and the Tomb Kings. The analogy coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb doesn't even come close. Quite literally, the entire war was over in 23 seconds, because we walked up to their base, blasted them with a few siege weapons, and they rolled over and died, leading to one of the most humbling defeat screens of all time. What a way to go. Riding off the high of eliminating 2 factions back to back, I decided to just go ahead and attack the Black Pyramid of Nagash. In hindsight, we probably should have checked the defenses first, because these guys started absolutely annihilating us. I'm talking 60% casualties in the first 10 seconds. At this point, I'm pissing, I'm crying, and I'm praying to God that we survive. Thankfully, he listens, and Glupshido survives by shotgunning a woman in the face twice at point-blank range. Truly, God is good. While all of this was going on, we made contact with another enemy, the Imperial Guard. They've been sabotaging our waste plows and harassing some of our smaller settlements while we've been struggling to contain the Tyranid menace. This is the equivalent of someone smacking you on the back of the head while you're trying to defuse a bomb. Very annoying, but we can kill them later. The death of 99% of Glup's army slowed down our campaign. However, backup commander Riz pressed forward, stalking the Tyranid swarm across the map until eventually catching it off guard. For once, we're outnumbered, and we had to trade our entire front line just to get rid of their Von Ryan's Leapers. But after that, it was just a shooting gallery, and thankfully we were able to kill their swarm faster than it was able to close the distance on us. This single victory set Tyranid military power back about 50 turns. Pushing deeper into bug territory, we begin looking for their spawning pools to end this once and for all. However, a dense fog enveloped the entire map, which obscured every tile such that you have no idea what you're about to step into. This resulted in one of our scouting armies finding the last 2 factions when it accidentally wandered into an entire army of Khorne Berserkers and Chaos Plague Marines. Fortunately, Nurgle's forces follow the approximate hygiene routine of a Discord moderator, and simply being within 10 feet of them caused the Khorne units to contract AIDS and die, which made it pretty easy for us to mop up the leftovers. Regardless,
What
add
the
them
heck?
to the ever-expanding list of people we need to kill. By the time we find the Tyranid hive, Glup Shido
What did
has
the
rebuilt
list say?
his army, and expanding list of people we need to kill.
Andy Ditch. Andrew Ditch. Who's that? Robert? What did Robert do? Bad Dragon collab details.
By the time we find the Tyranid hive, Glup Shido has rebuilt his army, and we use it to sentence 200 bugs to death by firing squad. With this battle, we finally finished off one of the Tyranid players, and a few turns later, we get the other one too. That's 4 players down in total, leaving us just the Imperial Guard, Adeptus Mechanicus, Khorne, and Nurgle. In my testing, Nurgle specifically was incredibly broken. Here's a graph of another campaign where I tried my hardest just to keep up with him. It wasn't even close. Fortunately, both he and Khorne spawned in the north, which means that at least once a year,
Wait, is this like PvP or
they lose
bots?
50% of their military to mass drownings, because the AI isn't smart enough to predict
it's AI.
when ice tiles are going to melt. That alone is probably the only thing standing between us and an alternate timeline, where a partially decomposed obese man
What
is
the
giving
fuck?
us chlamydia. While Nurgle isn't having much military success, they have managed to brew up a zombie apocalypse. I noticed a few villages in the north have been infected with Nurgle's pox, a disease which turns villagers into zombies and has them travel to other villages to spread the infection. This is a problem, but it's currently pretty far away, and we have a much more immediate threat at hand: the Imperium of Man. While we were busy bug hunting, the Imperial Guard seized a sizable chunk of the map, and now their economy rivals our own. This is an issue since the Guard is the only faction alive that can compete with us in terms of raw firepower, because each one of their units is equipped with a las gun. In the 40k setting, the las gun is openly derided as a high-powered flashlight. But the creator of this mod said, fuck that shit, what if it could rip a horse in half? Now each one of these guns does between 1 and 4 damage, and fires 4 times every round for a maximum of 12 damage per unit. That's pretty good. Now scale that up for 100 units, and we're talking 1200 damage per round. Absolutely mental. On top of that, they've got a beefy front line of lobotomized mutants, and occasionally a Chimera transport vehicle with 12 fucking multi-lasers. On the other hand, we have Rat. A lot of Rat. And so the question becomes, do they have more bullets than we have rats? Honestly, I don't know.
Well, hey, thank you so much for the raid, Doomy. Hope you had a nice stream, smile. And happy birthday. Thanks for your follow, Cat Rave. Hey, we finished Beast of Reincarnation. And I wanted to end after this video. Just chatting? Were you just chilling? You watching Seth? Reggie. You welcome, Raiders. Mickey Mori. And I'm a no cortisol streamer. I'm gonna play Mortal Shell when it comes out. Which is like tomorrow. Tomorrow after the stream, unfortunately. Just chilling. Mortal Shell 2. It's a pretty good looking Souls-like. Thanks. I don't know, man. Just vibing. 40 follow. Yes, coming out. Well, early access, like advanced access, is tomorrow.
But I think
It
it's
looks
time
really
for us
fun.
to find out. We start by taking Glup Shido back to the Capitolium. Once we arrive at our
You-
smog-filled toxic waste dump of a home, I take
I
a
hope
deep
you
breath. And as I feel the
have a
millions
nice
of
birthday today.
microplastics
Smells
gently
well.
deposit themselves in my lungs, I know
You-
we're finally ready. We use 1,000 gold and 1,000 iron to have Glup Shido perform his most powerful ritual. By planting this giant flag in the capital, we declare an age of waste. For as long as this flag remains under our
Thanks for
control,
text.
an endless supply of
Bent.
rats, war machines, and explosives will spawn onto the map every turn, gradually spreading our influence like an
Kudo board.
incurable disease. With this massive buff to our faction, we can now begin our campaign against the humans. Presently, the Guard have established a series of Imperial bastions across the map.
Wait, I did ride on a Kudo board, no? I think I wrote on it.
These high-value bunkers are propping up at least 30% of their
I don't
entire
know, I have
economy.
dementia.
So that's where we're going to start. We go ahead and assemble 5 high-quality armies. 1 will remain in the capital to protect our flag. 3 will be dispersed across the map to defend our more distant territories. And finally, we're sending Glup to go on the offensive. Our first army finds a group of Adeptus Mechanicus hiding in the hills near our capital. Their army composition is almost
I wrote on
50%
Suis.
slaves, so I'm expecting
I
our
wrote on
blimps to
Doomies
clean them up
as well.
quickly. However, one of their units begins calling down
Pretty sure.
meteors on us, which turns the tides in their favor, and we trade roughly evenly. The good news is that the AdMech is like the vestigial twin of their far more successful ally, so even a mid-scale skirmish like this was enough to take them out of the war for the next 20 turns. With that taken care of, we use Glup Shido to assault the first Imperial Bastion. While this fortress was well defended, our army can only be described as blatantly unfair. I want you to appreciate this fight from the defender's point of view. The battle begins with 30 minutes of long-range cannons spraying acid onto you and all of your friends. If you're lucky enough to survive that, you will then witness your comrades being blown to pieces by high-powered rifles, just long enough for the acid cannons to finish reloading.
Thank you
Then
for
it's
message.
back to the melting pot. While that's going on, you may notice teams of tunneling
I'm not
rats
that
emerging
good with
underneath
words,
you
so
before using their Bioshock Big Daddy drill
I did
to
my
bore
best.
a basketball-sized hole through your abdomen. At which point, you're going to need a miracle, so you turn to your Priestess of Light for reassurance, just in time to witness her get flattened as a 9,000-pound industrial drill drives over her head. You and the remaining defenders put up a good fight, but in that moment, you know
yeah, you can become rock hard in Mortal Shell.
it's all over. That was a pretty bad setback for the humans, but not nearly as bad as what's going on everywhere else. Because since declaring the Age of Waste, there are rats everywhere. They're spawning in the streets, they're spawning in the fields, and sometimes a rat carrying an atomic bomb will even spawn in the sky
I
and fall
respect you
directly
too,
onto a
Care.
densely populated city. The casualty rate of these armies is very high, but they're slowly grinding down the human defenses, which is making it easier for our main armies to make progress. Also, a little update on that zombie apocalypse we've been ignoring. Yeah, it's getting pretty rough out there. The Fent zombies have basically turned the entire northwest portion of the map into Little Philadelphia. The only reason we continue to ignore it is because at the moment it's affecting the humans way more than it's affecting us. But
Yeah, I
we
think in
don't
the
want
first
Nurgle
game you
spreading
become
any of those
hard
diseases on our part of the map.
like
So
parry
I
or
decided to
something.
put him in Naughty Boy timeout by
I
having
haven't
our
played
mine
the
layers
first
go
one.
up and use 150 napalm landmines to trap him in his starting area. This was somewhat effective at quarantining both Nurgle and Khorne. However, their willingness to simply walk through active minefields was rather alarming. So I had to upgrade to just planting nuclear bombs in their front yard, at which point they became a lot more apprehensive about leaving their homes. Now we can get back to our campaign against the humans. By this point, we have entered a state of total war. Several mid-sized battles are breaking out in cities all over the map, and the Imperial Guard is not doing too bad. But we have been using our main siege army to relentlessly repossess several of their Imperial bastions. And if this score graph is anything to go by, it's starting to have an effect. While we were busy putting Nurgle on house arrest and stealing all of these fortresses, the humans did seize the opportunity to launch a series of counterattacks against our capital city. Their first army got within 3 tiles of it before I decided to send out the welcoming committee. Their second army followed shortly after. However, they had to trudge through a high-density minefield which inflicted around 40% casualties. We decided to follow this up by attacking them with our defensive army, which was going pretty well until a series of freak accidents caused a chain reaction of exploding vehicles, which pretty much killed everyone and caused us to lose the fight. However, something about our willingness to spontaneously explode must have frightened the humans, because they took off running on the next turn. So in a roundabout way, this was an astounding military success. By this point, Glup Shido has fought his way to the capital cities of both human factions. We waste no time attacking the Forge Temple of the Adeptus Mechanicus, but upon loading into the battle, I almost feel bad. We showed up with actual siege equipment, and they showed up with a guy on stilts and several people who are being dissolved into liquid fertilizer. Needless to say, that's a wrap for this faction. On to the Imperial Guard. Their extermination was a bit more protracted, but eventually we cornered their last army in the port city of Trensibor, and so began the Guard's final stand. The siege began with us summoning 25 wild rats behind enemy lines. Half of them drowned on the spot, and the other half were vaporized by laser beams. But this distraction allowed our front line to close the distance and start chipping away at their gate. At this point, the enemy firepower is slaughtering 50 of us per turn. But once we get our blimps in range, we begin turning the tide, and eventually we wear them down into nothingness. Humanity has fallen to rat kind. Now, much like a convicted rapist receiving his new cellmate, we peer across the way and size up our next victim. Nurgle and Khorne are all that remain, and presently they're not really a big threat to us. Nurgle did start the zombie apocalypse, and for a while we had to resort to sending Gata Blimp death squads to cull the undead horde. But eventually I realized it was more convenient to use our resource harvesters to completely flatten the infected cities, which pretty much put an end to that. Now, simply put, the Chaos factions are nowhere near as strong as us. In fact, we lose more units every turn to shallow water drownings than they have in their entire military. So it wouldn't be difficult for us to go beat these guys into a coma. But where's the sport in that? I want to fight the Chaos Gods at their very best, which is why we're going to do something highly inadvisable. While testing this mod, I found out that if you drill far enough underground, you may accidentally open a portal to hell. This plane of existence contains some of the most powerful demons in the game, which begs the question, who would win in a fight? Legions of demonic warriors forged in the fires of hell itself, or a couple of rats with prep time? Answering that question seems far more interesting than just curb stomping our neighbors to death. So the plan is, go to hell, defeat the strongest demons in a military dick measuring contest, and then once we know we've got the fattest hog in this place, we can finally finish the game. Now, contrary to popular belief, drilling a hole straight into hell is not something that should be done casually, because if these demons manage to infiltrate our world, the game is pretty much over. You need to trust me on this one, I'm speaking from experience. So around our tunnel, we assembled half a dozen armies, totaling over 3,000 units. Then we built some fortifications just to be safe. Following that, we sent Glup Shido and 2 other commanders through the breach, leaving behind around 1,000 soldiers to guard the entrance. It doesn't take long before the denizens of hell sally forth to welcome us. 30 bloodletters rush our front line, and I'm not trying to exaggerate, but we beat the ever-living shit out of them. Unfortunately, they did manage to take down 2 of our drills. However, after reviewing the remaining army, I think we'll be okay. From here, we can see the first demonic citadel, guarded by a bunch of flesh hounds and a highly dangerous Rendmaster. Oh well, I guess that wasn't enough. I probably should have mentioned we spent the last 20 turns accumulating a nuclear stockpile to lubricate our invasion of Hell. And with the first citadel now conquered, we're off to a good start. From here, we worked our way south, conquering castle after castle. Occasionally, we would get attacked by a demon prince, which, in theory, is one of the strongest units down here. But as it turns out, even demons have a limit to how many times they can get shot in the face, which means these big fellas are nothing more than glorified mailmen, delivering us some of the most powerful demonic relics in the entire game. And all we have to do is beat them to death. What a deal. I'm serious. We've killed so many of these guys that I've got like 24 copies of the Sword of Hell. In fact, I just started handing them out to literal field rats. Our steamrolling continued until we reached this lava biome, at which point we had to stop, because as it turns out, the average rat cannot survive being submerged in lava. Now, despite emasculating the demons of Hell, I remain unsatisfied. I crave a real challenge. So I sat and I pondered, what happens if we drill even deeper than Hell? Turns out, you drill directly into the void. Huge mistake. This is an endless expanse of cosmic horror, where time stands still and the human mind slowly melts simply by perceiving the world around it. It is not a very nice place to be, but that didn't stop us from sending in our resource harvesters and terraforming the shit out of it. After some wandering around, we also came across a sacred fountain, which upon activation teleported us to heaven. Let me ask you a question.
To lubricate our invasion of Hell.
Like? Is he an old bearded man in the sky?
Yeah.
Perhaps he's a sphere of perfectly divine energy. Or maybe he's a 12-foot tall anthropomorphic chicken futanari with chiseled abs. Whatever you guessed, you were wrong.
What?
Except for the futanari guy, he was actually pretty close. In Conquest of Elysium, this is God. He's one of the strongest units in the entire game, and he lives in the divine citadel all the way up here in heaven. Fellas, I think we finally got a worthy opponent. If we can kill God, at last I will be satisfied and we can call it a day. After briefly reviewing the defenses of God's castle, I can confidently say this army ain't gonna cut it. We'll be needing backup. However, getting to heaven is easier said than done. We only got here through pure RNG, since the landscape of the void changes every turn, and while we could conceivably do it again, it might just take all day. So instead, I hatched a plan which was so exceptionally stupid that I should probably qualify for government assistance. Right now, we're down here. Above us is the sky, and above that is heaven. Theoretically, we could use our heaven army to drill through the floor and connect heaven to the sky. Then our army on the ground could use a magic bean to connect Elysium to the clouds above. That would link all 3 planes together and allow us to invade heaven and kill God. Here's where it gets tricky. We need our connection point to be on a cloud, because that's the only tile we can stand on in the sky. The problem is, we don't actually know where the clouds are, and everything else is just empty space, meaning that our tunneling teams are now engaged in a high-stakes guessing game. Every time they drill through the floor, they will either land safely on a cloud below, or plummet 10,000 feet to their death. And I'm gonna be honest, most of the time, it's the latter. I cannot imagine how utterly terrifying it must be to work on the drilling team. Not only did you have to tunnel through hell and spend weeks going insane in the void just to get to work, but now that you're here, you have to dig through heaven and white-knuckle your 35-ton boring machine vertically through the sky, praying that a cloud will stop your descent before the ground does, all in service of fulfilling your dickhead boss's fantasy of beating up God. What a fucking life. Needless to say, we lost a lot of good rats in this process, but eventually we did manage to connect with a suitable cloud. All that's left now is for our ground team to go underneath the cloud and plant this bean, which will grow into a magic beanstalk and link us to the sky above. Perfect. Yet another classic Reggie plan slowly coming to fruition. Except when we got our army in position, the option to plant the seed was grayed out. It's not working. I tried a few different positions, still no luck. That's when I read the fine print and realized the seed has to be planted on grassy terrain. Alright, calm down. Let's just zoom out a bit and find the nearest piece of grass. Uh-huh. Well, shit. With grass currently being extinct, the plan is off. 17 brave rats have plummeted to their death to accomplish absolutely nothing. Actually, that's not entirely true. They did open a portal to heaven, which the angels of heaven are now using to launch a counterinsurgency into Elysium. Every turn, they're going to our cities, slaughtering half the inhabitants, and using religious magic to convert the other half onto their team. They've already taken several of our most defended fortresses, and they're only gaining momentum. So if we don't kill God soon, it's all going to be over. With our main plan ruined, we were left with no other option than to prepare an army, send it into the void, and pray that through sheer luck, we would get teleported near the portal to heaven. I was prepared for this to be an agonizing process that took at least 2 hours, but we actually got it done in like 15 minutes. God damn. We now have a high-level siege army in heaven. At first, my plan was to nuke God, because I thought that video title would go very hard. However, it turns out God has 100% nuke resistance, which made me feel pretty stupid for smuggling 9 atomic bombs all the way up here. But that's alright, because we've always got our backup plan. 50 anti-material rifles straight to the dome. If God physically exists, we're gonna blow his goddamn head off. So with confidence, we approach the Divine Castle and launch our assault. Using their 44-tile range, our snipers begin tearing apart the enemy defenses. The first volley kills about a dozen angels, but unfortunately we failed to eliminate this Seraph, and he proceeds to use a map-wide Hellfire ability to cremate 60% of our units. Luckily, that still left us with enough to gun down the approaching angels and finish him off. Their backline casters try to overwhelm us by spam summoning fire elementals, but our rate of fire is still too much, and slowly we start wearing them down until eventually God himself begins slithering toward us. We mag dump the hell out of him, but he still gets close enough to hit one of our rats for 634 damage. My brother in Christ, they only have 3 health. Before he was able to brutalize anyone else, we finally put him down with a rail cannon to the face, resulting in our victory. Let it be known that God is dead, and Glup Shido killed him. The only thing left to do was use our resource harvester to completely flatten the Divine Citadel and then replace it with a Nike sweatshop. So now, when you inevitably die in a horrific industrial accident back on Elysium, the very first thing you can do once getting into heaven is get back to work. Even in death, you will serve the shareholders. Well, there you have it. God is dead, and Elysium has been transformed into an endless wasteland populated by roaming gangs of rats looking to harvest you for your biomass. That's about as good as things are going to get, so let's finish off Korn and Nurgle. Quickly assembling our army outside their citadels, we launched our final attack. I'd like to say our enemies put up a good fight, but in reality, this was essentially a form of digital euthanasia, finally freeing them from the suffering that has been their existence. Upon getting the victory screen, the first thing I did was check the score graph to see how we measured up against the other factions. I guess you could say it was pretty close. Well, that does it for this video. We've installed Ratkind as the dominant species on the planet and declared productivity to be the new world religion. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
And it was my first video from Reggie. Very self-coded. I like. Also, this game is crazy. What game is this? Conquest of Elysium 5. I thought it was a Warhammer type game because it had like Warhammer factions. Or was that the mod for the Warhammer stuff? Interesting game. Let's watch one more. That's the mod. Oh. post just as often as Seth. It's probably a lot of work. Playing the game, then figuring out strategies, and then, you know, probably takes a lot of time. How was Beast of Reincarnation out of 10? It's still a 6. Started as a 6, and towards the end it was still a 6. Like, the story at the end was good, but to get to that part, to the end, like, to me, it doesn't really change my opinion. Yeah, it is mid. It's like a 6 out of 10 type game. Combat is good, but that's the only good thing about it, really. Which video should we watch? Because I wanna watch one more. Just the one before that. I used a clown army to decimate my enemies. Maybe he's done a game you played. Don't think so. I think you played a game that I played. Bellskate. You know, these like random ass games no one has ever played. They kind of seem funnier. Did you see the upcoming ship yet? No? I don't see any announcements of an upcoming ship. It's leak only? Oh. Stingray? I thought Stingray was another grey ship. Was Stingray a grey ship? No. Stingray, Kruger gone wrong. I mean, It looks interesting. It looks like a fighter, though. I was taking another fighter, like we don't have enough already. Yeah, I mean... Like I like ships. I like multi-role ships the most. Because you can just do the most of them. I don't know. A big cannon underneath the cockpit. It's so low res, so it's kind of hard to tell. Why are these leaks always terrible quality? It looks like those are previews of paints. Like small previews of paints or something. That's why it's low res, maybe. Yeah, I see it. He made a video about house sword. Let's watch that one. This game, like when it came out, like the playtest or whatever, it was really funny.
This video will not be monetized. Please enjoy. Half Sword is not a game, yet. It is a highly realistic peasant simulation where you engage in everyday medieval activities, such as high-speed grappling and having your body violently dismembered. This game is very graphic. I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. I choose to make this game very graphic. I also choose one of 8 different classes and enter a gladiatorial arena to kill an innocent man. The goal of today's video is to better understand the advanced medieval tactics of Half Sword by defeating 1,000 peasants with each class. So join me on this work-in-progress demo taste test as we slash, bludgeon, strangle, and pelvic thrust our way toward the true meaning of Half Sword. But first, I have to tell you something. Homelessness. It's one of the world's greatest epidemics.
Yep.
In fact, the United Nations estimates that there are over 150 million homeless people currently asking for your change. Now, living on the street, drinking out of puddles, and fighting your fellow man for half-eaten Subway sandwiches isn't nearly as fun as it sounds. And I feel very passionate about solving this terrible crisis, which is why I have been working with the sponsor of today's video, Gamer Subs, to develop a foolproof plan to end all homelessness.
I'm currently drinking Gamer Subs.
Several pieces of their high-quality merchandise. The clothing is great, but market research indicates that a grown man can only wear 200 shirts at a time before dying of heat stroke. So what did I do with all of my extra stuff? Quite simple. Over the past 3 months, I have been covertly distributing these highly sexualized items to members of the homeless community. You see, I believe in the idea that things need to get worse before they can get better.
Go as fast.
Which is why I am actively attempting
That's
to
the weirdest
increase
things
the
in
collective
games.
horniness of the homeless population until it reaches a critical mass, at which point our governments will have
You
no
like Seth?
choice but to come up with a solution. Because let me tell you, the only thing worse than being approached by a toothless man named Monkey Fingers is being
I don't have
approached
a
by a
flavor
toothless man named
or
Monkey
cup.
Fingers who's all geeked up from his rapidly shortening Shy Lily sweatpants. Try ignoring that, Mr. President. But that's only phase 1 of the plan. Phase 2 is to secretly dose the homeless by by lacing their drinking water with delicious Gamer Supps energy powder. By combining an endless supply of energy supplements with an inexhaustible font of gooning material, we will have created a very compelling argument for solving homelessness in the next 10 minutes. Listen, homeless accelerationism is a thankless job, but as far as I'm concerned, if you're not out here working a homeless man into a sexual frenzy, then you're actually part of the problem. So join my crusade by clicking the link in the description and purchasing some Gamer Supps. You can even use promo code REGGIE for 10% off to help you on this noble quest. God willing, we will solve this once and for all. Now, back to the video. The game begins with you choosing one of 3 gore levels. Any choice is perfectly acceptable as long as it's grotesque. Proceeding to the character selection screen, we can observe many different classes, ranging from peasant farmer all the way up to full-body chastity cage. We will start our journey at the bottom.
Full-body chastity
who can't even
cage.
afford a weapon, but that won't stop us from honing our body into the perfect killing machine. Each battle begins here in the arena. It's one-on-one combat, just us and the AI opponent named Willy. Now, if you want to beat 1,000 Willies with just your bare hands, you're going to need to develop a variety of techniques. Luckily, necessity breeds innovation, which has resulted in Surf Combat having some of the most nuanced and creative strategies in the game. By mercilessly butchering 1,000 men, I have identified 5 clear archetypes for the combat surf. The first and most pervasive among these was the Flailing Maniac. I assume a high guard and slowly approach my enemy. When they're in range, I start throwing left and right hooks, and I don't stop until someone's dead. The primary weakness of this technique is passing out from exhaustion and getting beaten to death on the ground. But if you want to maximize your chances of seeing your family again, I recommend tapping left alt to throw a jab and then start swinging. I do not know why, but this makes your punches land like sledgehammers on the side of poor Willy's head. You'll know you're doing it right if you start making giant impact clouds of dust, blood explosions, or if you hear a big crunching sound when your punches land. I've killed about 100 surfs like this, and I rate it a 4 out of 10. The high volume of this approach can be contrasted with our next archetype, the counterpuncher. This style of fighting is employed primarily by people who watch too much UFC.
I want to oil you up. What the fuck does that mean?
The idea is to raise your left hand and wait for Willy to deploy his Flailing Maniac style. Then, as he's blitzing in, you time a perfect left hook to put him down. Usually, it takes 2 or 3 of these before your opponent will get really dizzy and fall over, at which point I recommend finishing him off by punching him in the ass until he dies. However, I decided to take this to the next level by increasing my mouse sensitivity. This allows me to accelerate my punches faster, which turns them into brain-destroying nuclear missiles. These can easily kill Willy in one hit, and it gets even better if I'm wearing iron gauntlets. Now, the natural enemy of the counter-striker is the grappler, because good luck getting your fade-away knockout when your opponent grabs you by the collar, drags you to the ground, and then spins you around like a dreidel while punching you in the back of the head. Overall, counter-punching is a 7 out of 10. On to the next style, the kicker. At a low level of play, the kicker exists as some kind of goblin degenerate who spends their entire time running away from you and kicking you in the shins until your legs are broken, at which point he will stomp on your head like a territorial bird killing a rattlesnake. This is effective, but if one dares to achieve greatness in this world, they must acquaint themselves with the spin kick of death. By maxing out my sensitivity, it is possible to initiate a kick, do a 360-degree rotation to generate additional force, and plunge my foot deep into Willy's brain. This kills the peasant. This technique takes a while to master, and you will feel like a jackass every time you spin around, hit nothing, and die instantly. But for those willing to persevere, it is a powerful art form. The only known weakness is rotating the wrong way, tripping over your own feet, and caving in the back of your skull when your head hits the ground. I killed about 200 surfs using this technique, and I'm rating it an 8 out of 10. Next fighting style.
I need to see us again.
In this world, they must acquaint themselves with the spin kick of death. By maxing out my sensitivity, it is possible to initiate a kick, do a 360-degree rotation to generate additional force, and plunge my foot deep into Willy's brain. This kills the peasant. This technique takes a while to master, and you will feel like a jackass every time you spin around, hit nothing, and die instantly. But for those willing to persevere, it is a powerful art form. The only known weakness is rotating the wrong way, tripping over your own feet, and caving in the back of your skull when your head hits the ground. I killed about 200 surfs using this technique, and I'm rating it an 8 out of 10. Next fighting style, the grappler. Grapplers are characterized by a total lack of self-preservation instinct. They do not experience basic sensations such as pain or fear. Instead, those emotions have been replaced with an unquenchable thirst to grab your body and execute some bastardized form of judo until they've got you on the ground. And God help you if they get you on the ground. My personal favorite technique for finishing grounded opponents was the centrifuge of death. I simply grab my enemy by his ankles and rapidly rotate in place, swinging him outward like a screaming helicopter blade. I then carefully approach the nearby fence post and test it for durability using the side of my opponent's head. I have also experimented with weaponizing my airborne enemy to some limited success. Now, maybe you can't get your opponent to the ground, which precludes you from going full helicopter.
You cut out your
In
laugh.
these instances,
I have no audible laugh.
I have found that kicking their legs, grabbing them by the collar, sprinting toward the nearest fence post, and smashing their body against it is an acceptable alternative. This is fun, but there's about a 40% chance you knock yourself out in the process, which can lead to some awkward moments. So tread lightly. In previous versions,
But also, my noise cancelling is like cranked to the max. Because there's an AC right next to me.
of the game, the grappler had access to an ultimate maneuver called the death roll. If you grab your opponent by the ass just right,
You can control any man by his asshole.
you could initiate a balls-to-the-wall, high-speed grappling exchange with the
Wait, hold on. Just one more time.
out my sensitivity, it is possible to initiate a kick, do a 360-degree rotation to generate additional force, and plunge my foot deep into Willie's brain. This kills the peasant. This technique takes a while to master, and you will feel like a jackass every time you 360-degree rotation to generate additional force and plunge my foot deep into Willie's brain. This kills the peasant. This technique takes a while to master, and you will feel like a jackass every time you spin around, hit nothing, and die instantly. But if you grab your opponent by the ass just right,
You can control any man by his asshole.
you could
Man, I'm
initiate a
crying.
balls-to-the-wall, high-speed grappling exchange. With the physics engine now broken, whatever happens after this point is up to God. But it usually ends with one or more people crashing into the fence and dying on impact. Unfortunately, this technique isn't available anymore, so I'm going to have to rate grappling a 6 out of 10. By this point, we've killed about 850 peasants through a variety of flailing, counterpunching, kicking, and grappling. So now we can move on to my final and least favorite combat surf technique. The headbutt. More art than science, headbutting is the dangerous gamble of betting that my skull is structurally superior to yours, and then trying to prove it. By sprinting into the enemy at a high speed and adjusting my camera angle at the last second, I am able to cause a cranial collision that might kill them, or it might end my bloodline on the spot. It's almost exactly a 50-50. If you're feeling particularly adventurous, you can even attempt this technique in first person. This is either incredibly satisfying or the most traumatizing experience of your life. There is no in-between. Obviously, headbutting is risky, but through rigorous training and a regiment of skull-thickening exercises, your chance of survival can be improved marginally.
Yeah, what if we do it with
Personally,
a
I
helmet?
recommend practicing your headbutts on the training dummy. Try and see how many times you can slam your forehead into it before you forget how to walk. My personal record is 9. That might sound ridiculous, but I'm serious. In fact, after an hour of practice, I became so proficient at giving head that I brought a headbutt to a knife fight, and won. That being said, there are still some weaknesses to this technique, namely short people. It is not uncommon to headbutt a man 2 or 3 times, at which point the part of his brain responsible for motor function has likely been pulverized. Long story short, he can't stand up anymore. Looks silly as hell, but since he's down there, you won't be able to reach him unless you're in the 99th percentile of forehead length. As is, I would rate headbutting a 3 out of 10 for one-on-one fist play. However, I would increase this to a 5 out of 10 in the Spoilance game mode, because if you're lucky enough to find a plate helmet, your headbutts will slide through the enemy gray matter like butter. Since we're on the topic, I will now speak extensively about
Goddamn.
spoilance. Spoilance is an analogy for real life. You and several other people all start off with nothing. However, in the center of the arena are a variety of valuable items, which, with enough ambition and maybe a little sociopathy, can be acquired and used to subjugate your fellow man. Class warfare is an abstract struggle between social castes. However, trying to stand up while I beat you with a hammer is a literal struggle. If you've ever wanted to lay in a pool of your own blood while an illiterate man beats you into a coma, and two peasants desperately struggle over a wooden paddle in the background, then Spoilance might just be for you. All you have to do is determine your faction allegiance based on which weapon you like using. Will you become a hammer enthusiast? Or perhaps join the Metal Pliers Mafia? Some people will tell you the best weapon is the giant candle pole, because it has the most reach, and all of its combos can be performed with 100% accuracy even if you're having a stroke. However, this is big candlestick propaganda, and I'm going to tell you the real truth. Double wooden chair is the real truth. The wooden chair offers the most robust blocking profile, and when swung with enough classism, it will end your opponent on the spot. Just watch as I effortlessly divorce this candlestick peasant from his worthless life. That's right, these streets belong to the chair Yakuza. Honorable mentions also go out to double buckler style, and lastly to those psychopathic peasants who butchered their enemies with a knife and then wielded their dismembered limbs as instruments of violence. Because it's not enough to beat my enemies with weapons, I need to beat my enemies with my enemies. The only thing holding this style back is that chopped off limbs don't appear to have collision physics, which means instead of using the severed leg, you usually have to resort to using the rest of the body, which is very cumbersome. That covers the weapons of Spoilance, but what about the defensive options? A lot of people will try to tell you that the best defense is a good offense.
Man, this
That
game must
is
be
wrong.
so
The
funny
best
to
defense
play and
is a
watch.
human shield. I've experimented with this extensively and found the optimal approach is to find a willing participant, use
I couldn't play this game. I would be laughing too much.
a hammer to break both of their arms, then grab them by the face and position yourself behind them. Your screaming and bloody human shield will now confuse the enemy while absorbing most of their attacks. Just remember, breaking the arms is important to prevent your shield from turning around and knocking your brains out with a candelabra, so aim for those elbows. In conclusion, Spoilance, 10 out of 10 class warfare. I have never felt so radicalized. Now, let's move on to the next topic. All of the previous data was gathered by killing 1,000 people at the serf level, but now let's move it up to the peasant tier. Here, we get a mixture of obscure and improvised weapons, such as sickles and pitchforks. I have experimented with each of these options, and I believe in garden hoe supremacy. This is the closest you can get to hitting your enemy with a pickaxe, and it is truly gruesome, because with every swing, I'm either smacking a man in the side of the head with my long, hard shaft, or I'm just straight up dismembering them on the spot. But that's not why it's my favorite. It's my favorite because of the versatility. For example, by right-clicking, I can adopt the Grim Reaper stance and wield this almost like a scythe. New Stardew Valley just dropped, and it's fucking brutal. In fact, I have such faith in my farmer-style combat that I will put it up against any knight in the entire game and win. Now, combat at the peasant level is also the best place to experiment with throwing weapons. This is a very difficult technique, but if you practice diligently for hours, then you can confidently line up your shot, throw your weapon, miss the target completely, and get killed within 5 seconds. However, on the off chance that you actually do hit your shot, it feels like you just landed on the goddamn moon. Usually, it will take 3 or 4 hits before your opponent forgets how his feet work, at which point you've won. I am also pleased to report that within the throwing weapon style, the garden hoe is again the superior option. This thing spins through the air like a ballerina on crystal meth, and much like crystal meth, it will ruin people's lives. This is your brain on speed. Not even once, kids. Now listen, I understand that you can't always get your hands on a garden hoe, so I would recommend the pitchfork as a suitable alternative. This is one of the few actually effective stabbing weapons in the game. Since no one has armor at this level, everything is a valid target. What I like to do is approach my enemy, jam the pitchfork into them, and then let go, because good luck winning this fist fight against me with a 6-foot pitchfork lodged in your foot. Just be careful, because sometimes this can cause the enemy to spasm in unpredictable and potentially dangerous ways. Final analysis: peasant combat with garden hoe, 9 out of 10. Pitchfork, 8 out of 10. I salute my fellow farmers. Now, on to the next class. We just finished with peasants, so we're moving on to tiers 3 and 4, which I am collectively referring to as commoners. This is where we are introduced to our first conventional weapons and some rudimentary forms of armor. After dedicating myself to the destruction of 2,000 commoners, I feel a certain kinship with the federal government, and also I am prepared to tell you my favorite methods of annihilation, starting with the longsword. The longsword is a weapon reserved for people of class, skill, and refined tastes. Once you wield one of these, you will immediately stop respecting everyone else unless they are also wielding a longsword. The hypothetical skill expression of this weapon is very high, because with enough practice, you can employ several real-life parrying and counterattacking techniques. This is what simply makes us better than everyone else, and especially better than those filthy spear enthusiasts who only know double left click and abuse range advantage. Absolute vermin. My average day as a longsword fetishist includes waking up and stabbing a man in his genitals for the crime of not using my favorite weapon. However, whenever you encounter another longsword connoisseur, it is morally imperative that you engage only in honorable and fair duels, like when I snuck up behind this man and cut his back off. Dear God, the arm is still moving. I must have killed about 500, maybe 600 commoners using the longsword before the spirit of innovation possessed my hand and caused me to press right mouse button. This stance is half sword. By shortening our grip, we can turn our elegant longsword into a close quarters bludgeoning and stabbing weapon. This is best utilized against demons of the night, such as spearmen. And if you're really lucky, you can pull off the executioner's embrace, which is where you loop your arms over the enemy's head and pull back on the longsword, sawing it through their spine like a knife through cold cartilaginous butter. This is most easily done in first-person view. Just watch as I effortlessly process this man into free-range fertilizer. Truly amazing. All in all, the longsword is a 10 out of 10 weapon. Use it, chop off a man's hands, kick him in the chest, and then uninstall the game, because it doesn't get any better than that. The only thing the longsword is objectively weak against is the poinçon à picot. But that's just because everything is weak against the poinçon. This is a filthy and demonic evolution of the spear that is used exclusively by degenerate Satanist pig dogs with no moral compass.
That seems like
which brings us to my second favorite weapon,
OP
the
weapon.
poinçon à picot. This is essentially a spear which has decided one direction of stabbing wasn't enough, so let's try adding 21 more. When I use this weapon, my neurons enter a metabolic hibernation as I require only 5% brain activity to pilot the poinçon at 100% efficiency. It is as easy as it looks. Simply identify the direction of your problem and wave a big spiky stick in that direction until the problem is rolling around in a pool of its own blood. The reason this is effective against the longsword is that it has remarkable range, and the spike placement is so dispersed that even if your enemy closes the gap, you can probably still kill them just by spazzing out and pissing your pants. In fact, I decided to prove this point by winning 100 duels with the poinçon without attacking at all. Earlier in the game, I was dragging around a man's lifeless body when I had the misfortune of stepping on his pitchfork and dying. This was excruciating, but also thought-provoking. If weapons can penetrate even without being actively thrust, then is it possible for me to maximize my sensitivity, step into the middle of the arena, and spin around in a continuous circle while I let my poinçon passively kill everyone in the room? The answer is yes. This weapon is actually so good that turning into John League of Legends is a viable playstyle. Don't get me wrong, I still died a lot, but I think we can all agree
It was a quick
this
bout.
is ridiculous. Play calm. 9 out of 10 weapon. If you use it,
I'm coming to kill you! We're in the ring. No, in real life!
I want to also give an honorable mention to the two-handed battle axe. This weapon sacrifices some of the range of the longsword for an increased ability to explode your enemy's head. Torturing animals is the first sign of an aspiring serial killer, and using the two-handed battle axe is the second. 8 out of 10
Jeffrey
weapon. Now,
Dahmer.
on to the next
Dude.
class.
Good Netflix series, by the way.
Moving up from the commoner, we reach the conscript. This is where things start to get serious. The general vibe of this class is more protection. Shields are bigger and more common. You'll also start seeing chest and arm protection. For this reason, bladed weapons become relatively less effective, while big dumb hammers become quite compelling. For example, when I smash your head to pieces with a two-handed mace, your fancy metal hat has now become a fancy metal soup bowl to hold your liquefied brain. So, the two-handed Morningstar was my weapon of choice at this armor level, and I am here to tell you, I have never been more routinely disappointed by something that I want to love. Hitting someone square on the side of the head and watching them slowly crumple to the ground feels amazing. However, this weapon doesn't have the range of the spear, the versatility of the longsword, the brutality of the axe, or the protection of any shielded build. It just has blunt damage go brr. One redeeming quality of the two-handed Morningstar is that it's quite easy to cripple your opponent's hand and disarm them. At at which point you can roleplay as a massage therapist and take your time administering the most painful and radical physical therapy to ever exist. In conclusion, I'm giving this weapon a 5 out of 10. Haters will say it's a skill issue. I will Photoshop them into every picture on Jeffrey Epstein's Wikipedia page. Now on to the next class, the Soldier. This class is well armored, and the consequence of that is that I can get away with doing way more stupid shit. For example, I prototyped a dual tower shield build where I bludgeon my opponents to death with 30-pound chunks of wood. It does not work very well, and my wife has already left me. Instead, focusing on just one tower shield is actually mildly effective. In a group setting, you can back yourself into a corner, crouch, and put your shield up, which makes you invulnerable to 90% of attacks. Then just wait for everyone to tire themselves out, at which point you can spring forth and start passionately tenderizing their brain meat. One-on-one combat with the tower shield comes down to one critical factor. How thick is that guy's helmet? Because if it's one of the shittier brands, I can whip my shield up over his shoulder and smack him in the head until his face starts to resemble
How is he
a bucket of
aiming
mashed
so
up
well?
blueberries. This can take a while, but if you're in a rush, you can always try sprinting at your enemy and then bringing your shield up at the last second. This is basically a medieval car crash, and it will either steamroll your opponent onto the ground, at which point they will die from embarrassment, or it will fail spectacularly and no one will attend your funeral.
Dude, Mana, have you seen the first... Did you just get here? Because if you did, we need to watch the Fighting Stars from the beginning. Did you see that? This? No, this.
By maxing out my sensitivity, it is possible to initiate a kick, do a 360-degree rotation to generate additional force, and plunge my foot deep into Willie's brain. This kills the peasant. This technique takes a while to master, and you will feel like a jackass every time you spin around, hit nothing, and die instantly. But for those willing to persevere, it is a powerful art form. The only known weakness is weapon sacrifices some of the range of
Okay, where was I?
trying to open a can of is why I recommend the Vulge as a role-playing weapon, doing way more stupid shit. For example,
Okay,
I prototyped a dual tower shield build where
This game is called Half Sword. I think you can play it for free, the demo. Or is the game free? I forgot.
bludgeon my opponents to death with 30-pound chunks of wood. It does not work very well, and my wife has already left me. Instead, focusing on just one tower shield is actually mildly effective. In a group setting, you can back yourself into
I'm not
a
sure if
corner,
it's out,
crouch,
but I
and
know
put
the
your
demo.
shield up, which makes you invulnerable to 90% of attacks. Then just wait for everyone to
It's
tire
available.
themselves out, at which point you can spring forth and start passionately tenderizing their brain meat. One-on-one combat with the tower shield comes down to one critical factor. How thick is that guy's helmet? Because if it's one of the shittier brands, I can whip my shield up over his shoulder and smack him in the head until his face starts to resemble a bucket of mashed up
$24.99
blueberries.
for early
This can
access.
take a while, but if you're in a rush, you can always try sprinting at your enemy and then bringing your shield up at the last second. This is basically a medieval car crash, and it will either steamroll your opponent onto the ground, at which point they will die from embarrassment, or it will fail spectacularly and no one will attend your funeral. In conclusion, I rate the Tower Shield 100 out of 10. There is no sweeter pleasure than entering team-based combat and watching my allies get ripped apart by a serial killer because his helmet is too thick for me to stop him. On to the next weapon, the Swiss Vulge. If you adopt this weapon, be prepared to experience the shortest duels of your life. All one must do is simply visualize an enemy limb and then lovingly tap it with the Vulge. Congratulations on your successful amputation. If you'd prefer your duels to last longer, you can always just thrust the Vulge outward and wait for your opponent to literally walk face first into it. After a while, it all becomes rather trivial, which is why I recommend the Vulge as a role-playing weapon. At first, I roleplay as the executioner from Skyrim by decapitating you, and then when I've got you on the ground, I take out my machete and become an African warlord who is harvesting your limbs to ward off evil spirits. It might be the jungle cocaine talking, but I'm giving the Vulge a 9 out of 10. Now we can move on to the final class of the game, the Knight. This class is characterized by high-quality full-body suits of armor, which means, for all intents and purposes, your sword is now a bludgeoning weapon, unless you get really lucky and slip it through a crack in my armor, you talentless piece of shit. Given this development, the typical duel lasts about twice as long, and often devolves into a grappling match, until someone gets the upper hand and starts beating on their immobilized opponent, like a starving man desperately trying to open a can of tomato soup. With that being said, I found that all of the weapons are actually fairly balanced, so I've created a flowchart to help you decide which one may suit you best. Personally, I'm quite fond of the double blunt tier 3 polehammer. My opponent impotently clangs their sword against my armor and calls me a cuckold. In response, I demolish his entire cervical spine.
What?
This was an emotionally fulfilling experience. However, the polearm rabbit hole goes so much deeper, because it turns out that there are over a dozen subtle variations of this design, with each one having noticeably different movement properties. The double blunt polehammer with spike is a Korean man screaming at the top of his lungs, while the half blunt poleaxe no spike is 3 Japanese men assembled into a human pyramid. They might look the same to you, but that's just because you're a polearm racist. Now let me put you on some game. There's nothing wrong with just flailing this thing around and scrambling your enemy's brains. But if you're willing to dedicate yourself to researching motion graphics, frame-by-frame footage analysis, and an introductory physics course, you can turn your polehammer into a mobile piece of art. For example, observe this average Australian as he channels 124 years of colonial violence into the side of Willie's head. Truly remarkable. By studying these techniques, I was able to learn 3 essential attack patterns for the polehammer. First, the rangefinder. I simply swing my hammer horizontally, and at the peak of its arc, I swap hands. This sweeps across the enemy and helps us gauge distance. Against unarmored opponents, it may also rip open their stomach. I am not a doctor, but I believe this to be very dangerous. Let's use this maneuver to test our range against an unwilling volunteer. I can confirm he is in range. Next technique, the upward redirect. We start with the hammer behind us on our open side, swing it across our body, and swap stances immediately. This will redirect our hammer to swing from the left, while maintaining the momentum from our original attack. This typically results in us violently remodeling our opponent's skull, or sweeping their leg out from under them. Both are perfectly acceptable. The final move is the overhead transition. Hammer forward, lift it up while staying parallel to the ground. Then stance swap and follow the momentum through to enact violence upon your enemies. If you have a sufficient abundance of chromosomes, you may be able to execute this maneuver very quickly. However, for the rest of us, we are relegated to polehammer mediocrity. Polearm weakness number 1, mental fatigue. The time to kill at this armor level can be quite excessive. I've spent over 10 minutes emulsifying this man's brain, but that's not stopping him from getting up, flailing at the air, and generally wasting my time. Weakness number 2, desperation grapplers. Anytime you're using a polearm and winning, your opponent will inevitably turn into a panic grappler. For example, in this case, my opponent was losing terribly, so they initiated Operation Wet Blanket by throwing themselves on top of me and pulling me to the ground. The combined weight of 2 sets of armor makes it impossible for me to stand back up, so I'm just stuck on the ground making uncomfortable eye contact while they beg for their life. Honestly, I'd prefer being stabbed. Example 2. In a free-for-all, this man grabbed onto my arm and refused to let go no matter how many times I persuasively punched him in the back of the head. Eventually, I had to just accept his presence and kill the final enemy while he was parasitically attached to me. After a brief sword fight, I was able to escape his grip only by thoroughly and completely caving in his torso. In conclusion, polehammer 9 out of 10, grapplers 0 out of 10. Hoist Gracie should be arrested. The Knight class also has access to a new game mode, Brave Stand. In Brave Stand, we become a raid boss fighting against 4 less armored opponents, as we use every tool at our disposal to pacify this peasant uprising. When you realize how satisfying this is, you will immediately understand why there will never be world peace. Perhaps my favorite part of this game mode is the unofficial minigame, which happens if you've incapacitated each enemy but still haven't gotten the victory screen yet. Now we have to roam around the arena beating half-dead bodies with a hammer until I find which of these 4 men still has the will to live. Turns out, it was this guy. Now, killing a poorly armed militia is a lot of fun, but why stop there? Download a mod that allows you to load in as a tier 8 knight versus a naked man, and teach him a goddamn lesson. There may be a temptation to feel guilty while sawing your way through his ribcage. But remember, we're curing this man of a dangerous affliction known as poverty, and that is a noble deed. So carry on. Final thoughts. Brave stand, best game mode out of 10. The peasantry must be subjugated. This is where I was going to end the video, but very recently I have uncovered the most ultimate and entertaining fighting style in all of Half-Sword, and I could not resist adding it
What
to the
are
video.
those clips?
This legendary martial art is called hacking. By downloading the Half-Sword Trainer mod, you can effectively become God. For example, we gain the ability to spawn items out of thin air. This immediately opens up new playstyles, such as dual-wielding long swords or triple-wielding tower shields to become some kind of violent armadillo. More experimental options include playing as the Conjurer. Rather than wielding these weapons myself, I can spawn them in as environmental hazards to terrorize my enemies with. Just watch as I spawn in 50 plankons and force Willy to walk through them like a hotbed of coals. Mind over matter, pal. The only weakness of the Conjurer is his own frame rate, because nothing can or will make me surrender faster than 16 frames per second. Now all of this gets really interesting when you realize you can alter the scale of each object. For example, I can spawn in a stool, or I can spawn in the god of stools. This is a great way to gain a slight edge in spoilance. Oh yeah, everybody gangsta until mega scissors come out. Just make sure you scale the objects across all 3 dimensions, otherwise you'll end up with such lovely inventions as two-dimensional sickle. We can also make the weapons smaller. For example, this man is trying to kill me with a microscopic sickle, which is marginally less effective than my macroscopic sickle. Once you become a high-level conjurer, you can even execute maneuvers such as forcefully spawning in a bundle of giant knives into your enemy's arms and watching as they have a panic attack and die. Still working on a more concise name for that one. Now I feel obligated to warn you about the dangers of mega weapons. It's very fun to duel with mega weapons, but when you attempt to pick one up, there's a 33% chance it doesn't work, a 33% chance it shrinks back to size, and a 32% chance the physics engine violently throws you against the guardrail, killing you on impact. So please exercise caution with these unholy weapons. Oh, that last 1%? Yeah, there's a 1% chance you can ride the weapon like a flying broomstick. Now, in case being a medieval wizard wasn't satisfying enough for you, you can always answer your true calling, Deranged Gunman, because this mod allows for any weapon in the game to be fired as a projectile. Personally, I'm a huge fan of the shields, but stools are also a perfectly acceptable option. Once you get really good, you can even practice your trick shots by ricocheting your projectiles off the floor or walls. And when you master that, just cut out the middleman altogether and become the projectile. Now, I don't know about you, but I always thought it was a great tragedy that medieval peasants went extinct before we had the opportunity to crush them with skyscrapers. But by carefully scaling our projectiles, we don't have to fantasize any longer. When afforded ultimate freedom and unlimited power, one cannot resist but to create the most nightmarish hellscapes imaginable, to maximize the suffering upon their fellow man without any clear justification. Truly, this is a stunning indictment upon us all. So I'm rating hacking a 7 out of 10. I am terrified by the fruit of my own mind. Well, that concludes today's video. We have destroyed at least 10,000 peasants on our journey to half-sword mastery, and I'm pleased to announce that despite all of that, there's still so much left to learn. From unarmed combat to high-level swordplay, this game and its community are very promising, and I highly recommend it. Thank you to this month's patrons for supporting the channel, and finally, thank you for watching.
That was funny as fuck. Amazing. Here's the video. Super funny. All of his videos. So far. We know what game we're playing tomorrow. I'd be down to try it out. Man, it's gonna be so hard to play though, because I will be laughing too much. The game is so funny. Hey, thanks for the text, Tier. Like stuff with like people like, well, in games at least mostly, getting hurt and shit, and ragdolling or whatever. This shit gets me so bad. I remember you mentioned a game way back like it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It's People Playground. It has a bunch of mods and it's basically a torturing sandbox type thing. Yeah. Yeah, there's a ton of mods. People Playing Around kind of reminds me of those old Flash games, you know? I think, like, wasn't there a Flash game that was similar? Could have sworn there was one. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Haven't even played the first one. I heard both are good. Yo, chat. I'm thinking about college for today. Beast was eyed, but it was mid as well. Mortal Shell is gonna release tomorrow after the stream though. Chivalry. I played Chivalry the first one, I think. Yeah. I think I played the first one. Chivalry 1 was fun. Are you serious? I just don't feel like playing anything. And it's 11 AM anyway. Yeah. I wait for all those games to go on discount. Like Kingdom Come. Have a good sleep. Today's sleep was shit. When at least I was only 1 hour late. Or 1.5 hour late. Slowly getting back to normal schedule. All caused by me. Maybe tomorrow you hear soon, yeah. So what do we do tomorrow? Half sword? We can chat half sword. There's a couple other ones, but I don't want to start something big right before Mortal Shell. There's Motor Slice. You know Motor Slice? I got an email where the devs were like, hey, we made this game, Motor Slice. You can play this game on stream, maybe? I said, yeah, I might. But that was like, freaking, back in May, when the game came out. So I have that sitting in my library. Quasimorph is also another one. You wait for Shell. Now. Kingdom Come Deliverance. 2 gold editions around €30 on MMOGA. I have a lifetime discount on MMOGA. I get minus 10% on everything. Pretty sick. Whether that is true, we'll see tomorrow. Right. Chat. Yeah, the raid messages. I will send you to Gloomis. She's playing like every Resident Evil or something. Resident Evil Marathon. She's cool. No, she's playing Zero, which is considered by many to be the worst Resident Evil game. Well, non-spin-off, I guess. The shittest? It was just, people didn't like the whole controlling 2 characters type thing. It was like weird. There's a sale in there as well, GOG. That's Requiem. Well, you control them at the same time. In Zero. And they have like their own inventory and shit that you have to manage. It's like weird. And you have to like use them, you know. You have to use them together or whatever. Are you going to play War Dogs? What is War Dogs? Never heard. I don't know. Something like Battlefield. Let's see. I don't know. It's a maybe. Yeah, chat. I hope you have a nice rest of your Sunday, question mark? Sunday, right? For your futa time? What do you mean futa time? You. Shut. I'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana. Bye-bye. Hasta lasagna.
Come.